Okay, will everyone come in, take their seats, make sure they're registered? Their laptops or tablets are turned on. I am waiting just a couple of minutes, the order in which we are going to deal with things tonight. Is we're going to have a motion or two to move articles. As you know, we've moved some around. We're going to be moving the special town meeting. We'll deal with collective bargaining, fossil fuel codes, a zoning district, the Black and Brown Commission, and we may get to penalties for violating refuse storage and all sorts of things. But I am going to lay out rules which I specified with some emphasis last week and also sent out an email about, but I want to remove any doubt that may be left in people's minds about the procedures at town meeting. No one may speak at town meeting without being recognized by me. What shocked me most last week is that experienced town meeting members who had been live in the auditorium before, who knew the rules, were some of the worst offenders, shouting out, interrupting me, confusing other people. It was appalling. If you're confused, if you have a question, you don't shout anything, you don't raise your hand, you come to a microphone at the end of the aisle and you say, Madam Moderator, I would like to make a point of order. That and a question of privilege, which arises if, say, the ceiling is leaking on you or it's raining, that's not going to happen here, or you have been insulted or something like that, you can rise to a question of privilege. And those are the only instances in which you can interrupt me or a speaker. If any town meeting member exhibits disruptive behavior by interrupting me or a speaker, I will give one warning tonight. After that, the town meeting member will be removed from the auditorium by a constable for the rest of the meeting. I suggest that you listen to me when I am explaining votes. You will get confused if you look at your laptop and read emails from town meeting members, even if they are trying to explain the vote to you. Listen to me. If I misstate something or you do not understand it, come to the microphone and make a point of order. It is my job to make sure you understand what you're voting on. Last week, there were issues that people felt passionately about. This led to excessive applause, which I think gave people the feeling that they could be excessive in other things, which included disrespecting fellow town meeting members, booing and hissing, and disrespecting people with other ideas, which is totally against the whole spirit of town meeting, which is to enter into debate, to listen to what other people have to say, to hear other ideas, to leave your mind open to being persuaded by somebody else's point of view. If you come into town meeting with your mind totally made up and don't listen to the debate, you're not doing your job. I expect all town meeting members and officials to conduct themselves with decency and respect. The upcoming discussion of Article 19 may be difficult and it may be emotional. People and the proponents are very invested in this. Be respectful of each other and of the proponents. Your fellow town meeting members deserve this. The proponents of the article deserve this, and your constituents deserve this. So keep that in mind. Mr. Sandman would like to make a statement at this time.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mike Sandman, Select Board member, speaking very much for myself. I understand some members of town meeting have objected to images of a Make America Great Again cap and the icon of a bull that I used in my slides last week during the discussion of bonding the Pierce project, and they seek an apology. And I asked for advice about how and what to apologize for from a couple of people who are younger and wiser, and there are a lot of people in that category. And one of them asked me whether I would use the same images again if I had a chance to do it over again. And the answer is no. The bull image conjured up a word that I wouldn't use at town meeting, and I apologize for using that image. And the MAGA cap, humor can be a useful tool in political rhetoric, and the cap was intended to be humorous, but I should have foreseen that in Brookline, being compared to Trump election deniers is not humorous. There are past issues on which Pierce opponents and proponents have agreed, and there'll be future issues on which we will agree. I hope my retrospective withdrawal of a couple of images will help us close the book on Pierce so that we can all work constructively on those future issues, including tonight's. Please consider the images withdrawn with regret for any upset they cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandman. All right, I have had a motion from Ms. Rebecca Stone, seconded by Catherine Florio, to move Article 20 to June 6th, 2023. Could we have a voice vote on that? Everyone in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? It passes unanimously unless there are an abstention that wishes to speak. Okay, we are now going to move on, and I am going to turn the podium over to the Assistant Moderator, Don Karen.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As before, privileged to be in front of you and have the honor of presiding over some of town meeting. At this point, we're now going to reconvene the special town meeting to discuss Article 1, which town meeting had voted to defer from May 23rd to the first item of business on May 31st. I am declaring that a quorum is present, so I will call you all to order. Consider yourselves ordered. And now I believe there is a motion by Ms. Thal, which is seconded by Mr. Goldstein, to move this special town meeting to June 6th, 2023. This only requires a voice vote. All those in favor of moving the special town meeting, adjourning it until June 6th, 2023, please say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Do we have a motion to adjourn the special town meeting? No. Moved by Mr. Burstein, seconded by Ms. Frawley. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, I think that was everyone in favor and one opposed. But in any case, the motion carries and the special town meeting is adjourned until June 6th, 2023. Now we will reconvene the annual town meeting, and that will take us to Article 2, collective bargaining agreements. The motions are found on supplement 3 at page 5. There are 3 motions, one involving approval of the police contract, one pertaining to approval of the firefighters contract, and one pertaining to approval of the school traffic supervisor contracts. We're going to have these explained to us, and before a vote is taken, I'll explain procedurally how we're going to vote these unless someone has a problem. All three motions are moved by Mr. Green, seconded by Ms. Westfall, and we will first hear from Mr. Green on behalf of the Select Board. Seconded by Mr. Dowdy. Thank you, Mr. Gadsby.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator or Assistant Moderator. Bernard Green for the Select Board. So warrant Article 2 asks town meeting to approve funding for 2 union contracts in the form of memoranda of agreement, MOAs, with the Brookline Fire Union, Local 950, and the Ask Me School Traffic Supervisor. Article 2 also asks town meeting to approve the arbitration award by the Joint Labor Management Committee intended to resolve the collective bargaining dispute between the Brookline Police Union and the town. Although the town, as I said earlier in town meeting, intends to challenge the portion of the decision that awarded a stipend for an officer's certification by the Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission, or POST. Our opposition or our concern with with a post stipend is based on the view that we should not start giving anyone, but also police officers, a stipend for not being decertified for inappropriate behavior or actions. We don't think that that's appropriate, and we think it's outside the authority of the arbitrator in that decision, so we're going to challenge it. However, we do agree that the amount of that stipend should be in the in warrant Article 2 and part of the police salary structure. For a variety of reasons, but one is that we do agree with the arbitrator that our salaries appear to be somewhat out of alignment with the salaries of police officers in peer communities. Although I warn you that it's not easy to compare our salaries with the salaries of our peer communities in an apples to apples analysis. So, but I think the general view is that we are out of alignment, and we want to get in alignment, and adopting the entire package as proposed by the advisory committee is the way to do that. These agreements require various adjustments to the budget, and the select board accepts the advisory committee's motion with respect to funding them, which you'll find in your materials. Warrant Article 7 will address these funding issues that we'll take up later. The agreements that we negotiated are in the packet. The Joint Labor Management Committee decision is in the supplement number 1 to warrant Article 2. I urge you after this meeting to read that. It's very informative. And as a town meeting member, you should be aware of that decision and what it means for our town. The select board agrees that the agreements with the firefighters and the Ask Me supervisors and the police are good agreements, and we urge favorable action with respect to warrant Article 2 and general support for those negotiated collective bargaining agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Westfall.
Good evening, Christine Westfall, member of the advisory committee. I'm not actually a town meeting member anymore. I want to talk a little bit about the 3 contracts so that you get a feel for what's involved. All 3 contracts span 3-year periods and start somewhat retroactively because it's very hard to negotiate collective bargaining agreements in this environment. We're all aware of the level of inflation that has happened. We also, I think, are all aware, and has been discussed before, the difficulties of being a public safety officer, either a firefighter or a police officer, And even our traffic supervisors are standing in the middle of the street in uniforms, and it's a tough road. The simplest of these is the collective bargaining for the traffic supervisors. It's a fairly small group. The total amount in question for the 3-year contract is $113,593. The advisory committee voted in favor of this, basically 21-0 with no abstentions. Significant in this was a merging of the clothing, uniform, and boot allowance into a single payment for these traffic supervisors, and an adjustment because they use their own cars to go to their duty sites in the amount that we were giving them per mile for driving. Fairly straightforward. The collective bargaining agreement for the fire department is a lot more complex. It covers a 3-year period. It creates a 15-year step for firefighters. Prior to this, the first longevity step was at 20 years, and they wanted one at 15 years. And that makes sense when you given the strain of the position. There's also additional training for firefighters that comes under the heading of active shooter and hostile event response training, and we're compensating them for that. Not something that most of them anticipated. This is a more expensive contract by far. Over the 3 years, it represents a 13.9% increase in our salary budget for the fire department. The advisory committee voted favorable action 20-0 with one abstention. One abstention. Basically, this contract awards 3% a year to the base salaries for the fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. It cleans up a bunch of language that we have. It acknowledges that Juneteenth is now a holiday and adds that to the list of paid holidays. I could go over the language changes, but they're mostly technical. The important thing is we've created a little more money in the differentials between lieutenants and captains and the chief. And we've created the extra step, and we've created a little more pay for that active shooter and hostile event response. The total cost of this is going to be, over the 3-year period, is going to be $3,685,338. Finally, we have the police department contract. The police department contract covers fiscal year 21, 22, and 23. It's actually the award by the state arbitrator. One of the problems that we have is we really have tried as a town to keep our salary increases at the 2% that Proposition 2.5 gives us as breathing room in our budgets. These budgets are going to put a strain on town services. There's no doubt about that. But there's also no doubt that these public service employees are not being paid comparable to similarly situated officers in other towns. And they're not, well, let's face it, none of us are keeping up with inflation. That's just the way life is right now. The 3% isn't going to do that for them, but it gets them a little closer than the 2% that we usually give. And that's what we were going for. This contract will cost over the 3-year period an additional $3,270,636. And the AC voted in favor of it by a vote, I always lose the vote, of 23-1 with no abstentions. And I think that's all I'm going to say. If you have questions, I know that the memorandums and memos were included in your packet. And I know that HR is here to answer questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westfall. Ms. Khan.
Thank you very much. Janice Khan, town meeting member from precinct 15. I'm a member of the advisory committee and chair of the advisory committee's public safety subcommittee, but I'm here to speak for myself and not on behalf of the AC or the public safety subcommittee. Town meeting is being asked to approve 3 contracts. The contract for the police union, which is the focus of my remarks, is the result of a binding arbitration decision. What that means is that after more than 2 years of negotiations, the town was unable to come to an agreement with the police union. And so the union filed for binding arbitration with the Joint Labor Management Committee, the JLMC. So I want to emphasize the word binding. That's important because the town knew when arbitration was going to happen, that the result of that arbitration would be binding. To be clear, Massachusetts law bars all public employees from striking, though despite that prohibition, some unions do gain a negotiation advantage. However, police and firefighters are prohibited from striking in almost every state because of the potential endangerment to public health, safety, and welfare that might result. A case in point, firefighters and police officers were at the core of the emergency management system put in place during the pandemic. While many of us were isolating at home, they were responding to 911 calls and working at great personal risk. During almost the entire time of the pandemic, our police officers have been working without a contract. I urge this legislative body to find this arbitration decision, to fund it, this arbitration decision in full tonight, which is the recommendation of both the select board and the advisory committee. Rather than filing an appeal of the post stipend, in which the town is unlikely to prevail in some judgments, the select board and others in the town's bargaining unit have another path forward. Negotiations following an arbitration decision are not uncommon. The town can still negotiate in good faith with the police union to call it something else. If the town wishes to change the name of the post stipend, I urge the town to do so rather than file an appeal of that ruling. The bottom line again is for town meeting tonight to fully fund the binding arbitration decision by a neutral arbiter. Even with this decision, as Chris Westfall, my colleague, noted, the Brookline police will still be underpaid compared to peer communities. I urge town meeting to vote yes on Article 2 and fund all 3 contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenthal. Yes, I see you that after Mr. Rosenthal, we will take questions. I do see you and I know that you'll have your chance.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Moderator. I'm Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9. Also a former select board member, also co-chair of PAX and a lifelong Brookline resident. I'm obviously supporting this. Well, it's not obvious. I am supporting this article. I hope everyone will. But I do want to make a few comments, especially about what Janice just referred to about the court appeal and litigating the award. I think it's a big mistake. I'm auditorily urging the board to reconsider that at some point. And for a few reasons. Janice alluded to the fact that it's theoretical, it was binding arbitration. And by the way, reading that, it appears that the town never opposed that until afterwards, which I think will be another impediment to a court case. Usually, if you don't bring it up till afterwards, you've waived it. But more importantly to me is the morale issue. Well, actually, there's a second one that's less important. They've promised they're going to fund it no matter what. They'll pay it no matter what. But I don't know if that's binding. It could be a couple of years until the court case is resolved. Could they change their mind? Could be different board members. But the most important thing to me is the morale issue. To fight a binding arbitration award is not good. It's a bad thing. And our department has been under morale attacks for now 6 years and next week, 6 months. It all started January 2016 with the hearing about Officer Zarian Pilot, who later retracted their allegations, but nobody knows it. And it continued with the proposal to cut the budget 17%, to fight the union contract a couple of years ago, to hire an outside chief, and morale has been abysmal. I was honored to be on the Reform Committee with now Chair Green, and we heard about it. And that's another reason why we're losing young officers, young, experienced officers. Many of them are young, and many of them are diverse, gender and race, and we're losing them. And that's a bad thing for the town. I stand up and say a lot. I have a background as a criminal defense lawyer, and I know criminal lawyers all over the state. I've trained.
30-second warning, Mr.
I've trained many
Rosenthal.
of them. We have a wonderful police department. They're not flawless. None of us are flawless, but we should not further dent the morale right now. I'd like, with the moderator's permission, have 2 questions if I could. But
You'll have to get into the queue for that, Mr. Rosenthal.
All
I'm
right,
afraid you're at the please conclude stage.
all right, please conclude with these 2 questions to Chief Pastor.
If they're rhetorical and can be done in 10 seconds, otherwise I think you're going to have to get in line behind Mr. Anani.
I can ask them in 10 seconds, but they're not rhetorical, they're questions.
Then I think you need to conclude and get in the question line, Mr. Rosenthal.
well,
I'm sorry, but
I'd
we
like
are
to
at,
hear her- I'd
we're
like-
at question time, Mr. Rosenthal.
All I'm saying to you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to hear her talk about the award, and was it honest and truthful, especially about the line about being disgraced, drastically underpaid. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay, at this point, we will take questions from the floor, but before we do, we have an important announcement, which is the right side of the auditorium is the side for people who are masked and are wearing masks. If you are not wearing a mask and you're on the right side, you either need to move out of the right side or you need to put a mask on. I understand you might not have gotten the memo, but very important because we want everybody to be safe and feel comfortable here. That having been said, do we have questions? Okay. You've been very patient. Tell us who you are and what your question is.
Yes, my name is A1 Wang, town meeting member precinct A. I actually have a point of order. So it's not directly related to this warrant article, but it's related to all of them. So in last special town meeting, there's a new bylaw to request, in fact, require anyone who speak at town meeting, including non-town meeting member, to begin their remarks to disclose finance interest they have in an article. So this is kind of important for everyone to make a decision for this one. So I feel embarrassed if I have to come here every time to ask for this. So is that possible? The
Okay,
moderator can.
Is it your point of order, Mr. Wong, that anyone who has a financial conflict of interest is required to disclose it? Is that your point of order?
Yes.
Okay, I am assuming that everyone in town meeting who has spoken understands that and did not disclose any conflict of interest because they feel that they did not have it. That's the best I can do for you on that. I think everyone understands that they're under that obligation.
Right.
So I take your point of order and I think we'll move on, but
Right,
thank
thank you
you.
so much.
And of course, if anyone does have what they feel is a financial conflict of interest, you are, of course, obligated to disclose that before you proceed your remarks. Turning to this microphone, tell us who you are and what your question is.
Hello, Scott Nanian, town meeting member, precinct 10. Mr. Assistant Moderator, I actually signed up to speak on this article.
I am sorry, Mr. Ananian, the assistant moderator in charge of speaker sign up is me. And that is fine. What we will do is I want to take some more questions and now you'll be next on the list. We also have one other speaker on the list, but I think you may have jumped in ahead of him and the assistant moderator had brain freeze. So
Thank you
we
very
will
much.
get to you and thank you for reminding me. And yes, I see you, Mr. Warren, also. All right, let's see. Try and alternate sides. Who are you and what's your question?
Hi, my name is Vina Priestley and I'm from Precinct 4. I just had a question in regards to the training. Does it include like learning diversity and mental health? And is it a mandatory for checking in for the officers? Since we did, we're adding funds to it. I just want to make sure that that is also included. I see
Okay.
pretty
Um,
extreme stuff.
who-
And the fire department, yeah, that just spoke.
the firefighter
Yeah.
agreement. Okay. Mr. Carey, can you help us with that?
Chaz Carey, Town Administrator. The specific training referred to in this, the firefighters contract is something called ASHER, Active Shooter Hostile Situation Training. That is comprehensive training. It refers to dealing with the event and the aftermath of it, being present in an environment where there may still be danger, active danger, having firefighters present, using bulletproof vests, and being involved in that environment with their EMS, some of them having EMS training, being able to provide that level of support in an actively hostile situation rather than coming out after that. I will say that with regard to training like DEI training and so forth, that is actually part of the main budget. Jim, Ms. Khan is stepping down, I assume, because that's what she wanted to say. Yes, additional funding is provided in the main budget in Article 7 for specific training on DEI issues. Oh, I said, I apologize. That money is being provided not in Article 7, but through the Select Board's use of American Rescue Plan Act funds for DEI training this year. So thank you to Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff for correcting that. And yes, so that's the specific training that's referred to in the contract is for this ASHER training.
Hey, moving to the right, my right side of the auditorium. Tell us who you are and what do you want to know?
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Town Moderator. My name is Chi Wu. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 7. And if you'll indulge me, I have a point of privilege and a question.
Okay, we'll start with the point of privilege. What's the point of privilege?
The point of privilege is regarding the remarks by town meeting member Rosenthal regarding Officer Prentice Pilot. He's a close personal friend of mine. He never retracted his allegations and he stands by them till today. The question is that there's a question about the raises for the Brookline school traffic supervisors, i.e. the crossing guards. I noticed for the police and the firefighters, the raises are 3% per year. For the crossing guards, the raises are 1% for the first year and 3% for the following years. And my question was, why the difference?
Mr. Carey, can you enlighten us?
For a predominantly female labor force.
Chaz Carey, Town Administrator. The public safety contracts were the last contracts, 2 contracts to be negotiated and agreed to. Historically, what the town tries to do is it tries to maintain all of its cost of living increases across fiscal years in lockstep. So all of the other union contracts that had been agreed to for that fiscal year got that 1%. The difference is the police received their award through JLMC. At JLMC, the town argued for a 1% raise that JLMC, part of binding arbitration, gave them 3%. Once they received 3%, town agreed with the fire union that if the police as a public safety union got 3%, fire union would get 3% as well. So the reality of the situation is our attempts to stay in lockstep were disturbed by the JLMC decision. And that resulted in needing to take that into consideration when negotiating a resolution to the fire union's contract. The other unions and non-union workers all received 1% instead.
Okay. Looks like one more question. Okay. Tell us who you are and what's your question?
Yes, hi, my name is Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 6 and also a library trustee. Speaking for myself, my question is along the lines of what Chi asked, about the parity from the different among the different unions. I believe Ms. Westfall mentioned the 2% raise for the other town staff, or I wasn't sure whether that was an aspirational 2% or if you could really the question is, could you place the 3% raises for these unions in context with other town staff, for example, our library workers or the folks who work on the 6th floor in the town hall? Thank you.
Chaz Gary, Town Administrator. Thank you for that question. Yes, we try and move in lockstep whenever possible. That includes union and non-union pay. So the 6th floor staff, for example, get a cost of living. We set a cost of living increase every year. And we say to both union and non-union staff, this is the cost of living increase for the town. And we set it across the board, and we try not to deviate from that contract to contract. So for the 1%, that was a COVID recovery year. You know, that was a year where we were really under a lot of pressure in regard to COVID. The 2% is really, as Ms. Westfall said, an attempt to be mindful of the constraints that Prop 2.5 places on us. Our growth in property tax revenue is capped at 2.5% plus any potential new growth, a formula derived from any potential new growth that the town gets. So wherever possible, we try and keep those cost of living increase adjustments under 2.5%, aspirationally targeting 2%. But again, as Ms. Westfall noted, in certain years, for example, this year, inflation has just driven costs the way it is, and we have, wherever possible, made adjustments in the budget to account for that, which is why that number is 3% for this fiscal year.
Come on down, tell us.
Hi,
who you are,
Carolyn
what's
Goodwin,
your
Precinct
question?
8. Quick procedural question. Just want to make sure I'm clear. Is the issue about whether the town appeals the section of the arbitration decision on post before us today, or are we just voting yes or no on approving the agreements?
We are just voting, I believe, yes or no on whether to fund the agreements that have been agreed to, which incorporates the finding of, I believe it's called the JLMC. If I'm mistaken, please. Nope, Mr. Town Council is nodding his head. So Ken gets things right every so often. Who are you and what's your question?
Thank you, Bob Miller, Town Meeting Member Precinct 2. And I was wondering if the Town Administrator could let me know, we're currently negotiating with the paraprofessionals in the schools. Will the lockstep apply to that?
Chaz Gary, Town Administrator. Thank you for that question. The schools handle the aspect of negotiations. So I think, in terms of their, the school committee and the superintendent would be, I think, the target for that. I know that they are currently in discussions, but I don't believe that they necessarily have to move in lockstep with the town.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to remarks, Mr. Ananian.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Moderator. C. Scott Ananian, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10. So I wanted to draw town meeting's attention to the collective bargaining agreement for the Brookline Police Association, which includes, by reference, the draft body and in-car camera policy. I'd like to encourage folks to read that policy, and we will discuss this more in Warrant Article 23, the resolution on body camera and in-car camera policy filed by Donnell O'Neill Sr. I'm not going to tell you how to vote on Warrant Article 2 based on the camera policy, because the truth is that this contract we are approving tonight covers fiscal year 21 through 23. 23 ends on June 30th in 31 days. So we are going to go right back to the negotiating table for the next contract for fiscal year 24, which is the budget we're voting on elsewise in town, which starts in July. So my attention to the policy and our debate on Warrant Article 23 will be to provide policy guidance for the town and for the select board and its various advisory committees, including surveillance and the police commissioners advisory committee, who must first approve the draft policy and who will be negotiating the next version of this policy in a month or so. So I'll save my remarks on the camera policy for the debate on Warrant Article 23, because although that policy is included by reference in this warrant article, the policy in the next contract is the one which will affect the actual implementation of cameras in Brookline. I look forward to a robust debate about the costs, financial and otherwise, of body cameras in the debate on Warrant Article 23. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Assistant Moderator. Paul Warren, Select Board, speaking on behalf of myself. In effect, each of us in this room this evening are an employer. All the town employees work for us. I want you to keep that in mind. There's three reasons why an employee leaves. They don't like their boss. It's number one. Number two is they don't see opportunities for growth in their profession. And number three, they're not making enough money. In the course of the past few months and doing the activities of the campaign, I spoke with many employees of the town, union employees and non-union employees. And this may come as a surprise to you, but we're not doing a great job as their bosses. In fact, many of them are unhappy. We're not doing a great job as their employers. They're leaving. They're going to other municipalities where maybe they make more money, maybe they make less money. Maybe it's a place where there's more growth opportunity for them. Maybe it's where they just feel that they're more respected. I think it's important that Brookline become a destination employer again. We're not right now. We are a net detractor. They leave. I think that starts with pay, which we're approving tonight. I assume this is going to pass. I think it also comes with growth opportunities, some of the leadership of the town administrator that he's doing with his departments. And I would ask that it also starts with us, their boss, their employer. I have a simple ask for you tonight. To pass this unanimously, send a message to our employees, the ones that make everything work for us. They run into burning buildings without question. They come when called in the middle of the night. They pick up our trash after us. They sweep the streets. They answer our angry phone calls at town hall. Let's send them a message. Unanimously pass warrant Article 2 and tell them that we appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now out of speakers. And that will move to the vote. There are three motions. They are all found on supplement number 3, page 5. And one motion for each of the contracts. I did it again, didn't I?
Yes, you did, Mr. Assistant Moderator.
Okay, well, then I will use the assistant moderator's prerogatives to cover my mistake and call on Ms. Murphy with my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Moderator, and I'll be very brief. Good evening, Jocelyn Murphy, Precinct 16 and member of the Advisory Committee, speaking for myself. I have no conflicts in this matter. I respectfully urge you to vote favorable action on the motions that support full funding of the police arbitration award and the collective bargaining agreements that were reached with the fire and school traffic supervisor bargaining units. Brookline's police officers and firefighters are among the boots on the ground employees in this town who are the foundation of what makes this clock tick. They are there for us day and night on weekends and holidays and in all weather conditions when we have the privilege of being at home, safe and snug with our families. They encounter dangers that are unimaginable to most of us. And every day they go to work with the real possibility that something may happen that keeps them from returning home to their families at the end of shift. At a minimum, their pay and benefits should at least be comparable to demographically comparable communities. I support fully funding all three. However, I'll focus briefly on the police department. The Brookline Police Department is recognized throughout Massachusetts as one of the most professional police departments in the state. This reputation is well-founded and is based in part on recognition within the department's command staff that the police mission, which is to protect and to serve, requires ongoing attention to departmental policies, practices, and personnel. And yet, according to the findings made by the Joint Labor Management Committee Arbitration Panel, they are currently paid substantially below what police officers in comparable communities are paid. The law creating the JLMC, it lists the criteria the arbitration panel should consider in reaching a decision, including what the employer can afford to pay in view of its demographics,
how the employer pays other employees, both historically and in the present, and how other communities that are demographically comparable pay their employees. The post stipend that was awarded was certified by the JLMC as an issue to be arbitrated, and the union prevailed. This was a fair fight, and in my opinion, this town meeting should honor Brookline's police officers and firefighters by voting favorable action on full funding of the police award and the negotiated agreements with Brookline's firefighters and school traffic supervisors. I join Select Board Member Warren in asking you to unanimously approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, I know I didn't forget to sign you up, so what can we do for you?
Harry Friedman, Precinct 12, member of the Advisory Committee, but just speaking for myself, I do not deny that all of these employees are hardworking employees and are deserving of whatever pay they get. However, I think it necessary that somebody tonight point out that these contracts, which I'm sure we're going to approve, are near unaffordable. We have found a way, the Select Board and the Advisory Committee and the sixth floor has found a way to pay for them for FY24. However, a year from now, when we are trying to figure out the budget for FY25, people in this room need to realize that absent another override or continual overrides, we simply do not have the money to pay for these things. And it's going to mean that other departments, whatever your favorite department may be, are going to have to suffer cuts. And people just need to know that. Thank you.
Mr. Margolis, tell us who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Margolis, Precinct 7 and Library Trustee. 3 years ago, I stood indeed at this very microphone and asked Mr. Gadsby whether it was true that the police contract we were voting on would expire in 6 weeks. It was again a 3-year contract, and he said it was. Here again, we are at the end of the contract term, and we're only now approving the contract. So I would appeal to those who handle negotiations on behalf of the town, make the utmost effort in the future, negotiate the contracts before they end. I think that supports Mr. Warren's observation that morale is important. I think negotiating the contract before it terminates be a good idea to improve support morale.
Tell us who you are.
Andrew Fisher, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13. I have a question regarding the potential precedent that's being set by paying the tuition for the retraining. Would it set a precedent that would bind the town forever afterwards? I think this may be costing a lot more than what we already can't afford to pay.
Barry?
Chaz Carey, Town Administrator. Mr. Assistant Moderator, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Are you referring to the training for the firefighters for training, or are you referring to the police decision for what's called Quinn benefits?
For the police decision.
The police decision. All right. So the police decision has potentially two aspects you're talking about. One is not in dispute between the town and the department. It's called, it's benefits for education. It's a multiplier for education. It's called Quinn. It is historically, it's something that's provided for by statute. Historically, Brookline came into briefly and then out of a sort of set amount for.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the Quinn payments. I understand that.
Oh, so you're referring to the post certification.
Correct.
So it is the position of the town that the post certification does set potential negative precedent going forward in negotiations with other organizations that have a certification aspect as a requirement to do the base work of the job, such as teachers, paraprofessionals, et cetera. That is one of the aspects, and that is why the town argued a part of the reason why the town argued that why that should not have been an issue that JLMC should have been able to decide, and why it believes that it's contrary to the weight of the evidence. However, funding the decision now, does not have that impact. Funding the full award, but challenging that aspect of it does not necessarily set that precedent going forward. As that challenge goes forward while the agreement is fully funded. So there's not necessarily an issue where we say it's a totally uncontested settled matter. We say town is in litigation over this specific narrow issue. In the interim, however, it is fully funding the contract.
So that if the town prevails in its appeal from the arbitrator's decision, we're not bound to pay either pay for the retraining, or by any precedent that might be set by our vote tonight.
That's correct. I do want to clarify that post is not retraining, right? Post is a certification that the state mandated. Brookline had nothing to do with. We didn't have the ability to order it or not order it. We have no role in how it happens. It's not a subject of proper collective bargaining. However, all it does is say to police officers, you must register with the state to certify that you are undertaking the basic responsibilities of a police officer, being truthful in your work. You are not under the influence of drugs or alcohol. You are, all of those things. You can have your post certification revoked by the state. That means you can't serve as an officer in the state. But the process of that is designed to prevent, was passed in 2020, designed to prevent the shuffling around of officers who are accused of disciplinary violations from department to department. It is not something that we implemented. We have no control over it. And it is not something that materially changes any aspect of the job.
Thank you.
Okay, so fairly confident I haven't left anybody else off the speakers list. We will proceed to a vote. The motion is found on supplement number 3, page 5. This and all other substantive votes will be recorded votes, so you'll need to use your tablets. There are technically 3 motions, all appearing on the same page, supplement 3, page 5. One for the police, one for the firefighters, one for the school traffic supervisors. I'm going to consolidate that into one vote to approve all 3 contracts. However, if any town meeting member objects to that procedure and wishes to vote each one individually, I would entertain a motion to what's called divide the question, which would require us to vote. I'm seeing somebody back there. Yes, are you moving to divide the question? Okay, moved by Mr. Black. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Friedman. This requires a majority vote. Let me hang on for just a second. Okay, yep. Right. Okay. Apparently this is a recorded vote on whether or not to divide the question. A yes vote would mean that we would be voting each of these contracts separately. So we would go police, firefighter, school traffic supervisors. A no vote would be we would just take one vote to approve all 3 contracts. Let me check with our folks and see if they're ready to drop. They're ready to go. Okay. All right. So this is a vote on the motion to divide the question. I hope I've explained that clearly. In the words of Jean-Luc Picard, engage. Okay, the motion fails. There were 102 yes votes, 121 no votes, and 10 abstentions. So the motion to divide the question fails, which means we will have one vote up or down to approve all three contracts. The language of those motions are found on the supplement 3, page 5. Yes vote would approve the contracts we've been discussing for the last however long for the police officers, the firefighters, and the school traffic supervisors. Hope everybody's clear on that one. Are we ready to go? All right, hit it. The motion carries by a vote of 217 yes, 5 noes, and 13 abstentions. So the approval of the three contracts in Article 2 passes, which takes us to Article 15. The motion under Article 15 is found on Supplement 1, pages 6 through 10. It is a rather complicated thing to document votes that we previously took in town meeting regarding the adoption of the Specialized Energy Code and Stretch Code, which is why we're going to have a couple of speakers who will explain to us what this is all about. The actual motion is moved by Mr. Pollack, seconded by Mr. Van Scoyac, and we will start with Ms. Stahl.
Hi, Wendy Stahl, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5, and Chair of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board. I have good news. Addressing the climate crisis is within reach. However, we need a shared understanding of what our goal is so we can work together as a town to reach it. Next slide. Scientific consensus says we need to eliminate our emissions completely, not just reduce them. And how we do that is straightforward. We stop burning fuels. Instead, we use electricity to power our daily lives. And we make sure that electricity is generated from clean sources. Next slide. Where do our emissions come from? In 2010, the last year on record, our emissions came from 3 main sources: electricity, vehicles, and buildings. Okay. But starting in 2024, we have contracted for a default of 100% clean electricity, a huge step forward for our town, which essentially eliminates that section of the chart and leaves our cars and buildings as the next targets. Next slide. Our buildings burn fossil fuels to give us warm air, hot water, dry clothes, and cooked food. And in order to effectively address our climate crisis, each of our buildings needs to be transitioned to all electric in the next 17 years by 2040, and half of them by 2030. Next slide. The easiest and most cost-effective time to electrify is when a building is being built new or when it is undergoing a major renovation. Next slide. Back in 2019, Brookline was at the forefront of local climate action when town meeting overwhelmingly approved a bylaw requiring all new construction and major renovations be all electric. This was the first all-electric bylaw outside of California, the first in a cold weather climate, and the first to include major renovation. Unfortunately, due to constraints of state law, we weren't allowed to implement it. Next slide. Town meeting then passed 4 subsequent articles in attempts to find a legal pathway to require all electric fossil fuel-free construction. We were thwarted by the state at every step, but our leadership led to a statewide movement and eventual change at the state level. Next slide. Last summer, a new state law was formed that created a demonstration project to allow 10 communities to require all electric construction. As a participant in this project, Brookline can finally implement what town meeting resoundingly first approved in 2019. Next slide. Brookline can participate in this project if we do 4 things: pass a fossil fuel-free home rule petition, adopt the specialized energy code, have at least 10% affordable housing units as of 2020, and pass a new fossil fuel-free bylaw. We've achieved the first three, and once we pass Article 15, we'll have the last one too. Next slide. So what exactly does 15 do? For new construction, it modifies our newly adopted specialized code and eliminates the pathways that allow fossil fuels, leaving the all-electric pathway. And for major renovations, it doesn't allow any new fossil fuel equipment to be installed. It took almost 4 years, but the state ended up copying almost exactly what we passed in 2019. Next slide. I want to emphasize 3 facts. 1, all electric is less expensive. Multiple studies, including by the Department of Energy Resources, which established this program, have proven that when it comes to new construction, all electric is actually cheaper, both to build and to operate over the lifetime of the building. Next slide. All electric is healthier. Turns out the gas actually poses significant harms to human health, particularly our stoves. They leak when they're off. They cause increased rates of asthma as if you had a smoker in the home. And they release toxins like benzene and nitrogen dioxide at rates higher than are permitted under the Clean Air Act. Next slide. The grid is not a problem. Because this only addresses major construction, the additional demands placed on our electric grid from all 10 communities is 0.03%, or marginal. Our electrical supply is already on track to double by 2050, which is what we need to electrify everything. And that supply is increasingly clean. Brookline's default electricity is 90% clean today at less than the price of Eversource and will be 100% in 2024. And clean energy sources currently serve over 50% of New England's electricity, and that's mandated to increase 3% every year. Next slide. As great as this is, I want to leave you with one final thought. Because it only targets major construction projects, this will address less than 1% of our buildings each year. So as we move forward, keeping in mind our shared goal of eliminating our emissions, we also need to find ways to electrify the other 99% of our buildings. Next slide. Thank you. I hope you will join in all these supporters in voting resounding yes on warrant Article 15.
Thank you. Mr. Pollack.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Pollack, Precinct 11, speaking in favor of warrant Article 15 for a near unanimous advisory committee. I'm going to go over the specifics of this bylaw change, and I'll start by noting that Building Commissioner Dan Bennett, Sustainability Director Tom Barrasso, and Associate Town Council Jonathan Simpson were all active participants in the advisory committee's review process and are all sitting in the front row here to answer any questions you might have. This bylaw applies to construction projects that need building permits and really just does 2 things. It prohibits the use of fossil fuels in all new construction in Brookline, with exemptions for research labs, hospitals, and medical offices. There's also an exemption until 2027 for domestic hot water heating, think showers, in multifamily buildings. Second, it prohibits the installation of any new combustion equipment in major renovation projects, but allows existing combustion equipment to remain in service. On January 10th this year, town meeting adopted the specialized energy code, which encourages building electrification, but still allows fossil fuels in new construction and major renovation projects under either a quote, zero energy pathway or a quote, mixed fuel pathway, with both of those pathways requiring a range of additional measures compared with the all electric pathway. Article 15 simply eliminates the zero energy and mixed fuel pathways for new construction projects, with the exceptions listed above. As drafted in the original warrant article, major renovations were treated the same as new construction, but concerns about this came to light in the detailed discussion at the advisory committee. The amended version addresses these concerns in 3 significant ways. First, applicability has been standardized for all building projects by adding a single definition for major renovation. A major renovation is defined as a reconfiguration of more than 50% of the total building area. In the original version, there was a discrepancy where 51% of the work to a single dwelling unit in a multifamily building could trigger compliance just for that unit. That discrepancy has been eliminated. Second, the compliance requirement for major renovation projects has been modified so that existing combustion equipment, such as a gas boiler or a gas stove, can be left in service but not replaced. Third, a waiver process has been added, a provision that was also included in all of Brookline's previous fossil fuel-free warrant articles. Several examples of these were reviewed by the building commissioner, who will be the waiver authority. The language included in Lexington's recently passed fossil fuel-free bylaw was the one he favored and the one that has been included. Our affirmative vote tonight will make Brookline the 6th out of 10 prioritized communities to pass legislation this spring to become eligible to join the 10 community fossil fuel-free demonstration projects. The advisory committee recommends favorable action by a vote of 23 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Von Skoyak.
John Van Scoik from the Select Board. If I may, I just want to say quickly that I'm going to use a cliche. We stand on the shoulders of giants. Brookline has been privileged to have leaders in addressing climate change for many years, going back to the years that the Select Board's Climate Action Committee was advising the Select Board on these issues. And now with the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, we've taken it up a notch, and we have state leaders on these issues who are in turn leading our town on these issues. And you've heard from Wendy as a representative of ZAB. She's just one. The entire ZAB board is packed with people who really know this stuff and really want to lead on this stuff. And we're lucky to have them. So I want to express thanks. We're lucky to have Tom Barrasso, who is providing both administrative help and also his expertise and working in tandem with ZAB on these issues. And the two together, Tom and ZAB, are working with the Select Board on these issues and educating us about them, but also giving us the tools so that the town will have the tools to address them. And now my prepared remarks. Warrant Article 15 is a general bylaw warrant article. It continues the theme of energy efficiency and the transition to electrification to aid with climate change mitigation and the town's climate action goals. In very much the same way as previous votes by town meeting regarding the stretch code and specialized energy code, this warrant article allows Brookline to participate in a state of Massachusetts demonstration project through the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources that will allow a bylaw to eliminate multiple fuel pathways through restrictions in certain circumstances for buildings to be fossil fuel free. Transportation and buildings are the primary causes of emissions in the town, as you've heard, and it is necessary to take steps to curb these emissions if Brookline is to meet its net zero goal of 2040. Strong regulatory measures are needed now. Therefore, the Select Board unanimously supports the warrant article. The Select Board voted favorable action on the following motion. It's on pages 304 to 307 as you scroll through the PDF version of the combined reports. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Hyken.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator and Mr. Assistant Moderator. Steve Hyken speaking for the Planning Board. Although this is a general bylaw and not zoning bylaw, this bylaw will have an important effect on development and construction. And so the planning board and the zoning bylaw committee held a joint hearing on warrant article 15. And because we both believe that it is needed now, because as you've heard, the majority of greenhouse gases generated in Brookline come from building generated systems for heat and hot water use. And by participating in this project, Brookline will continue to play an important role, as it's done already, in crafting future climate and building code policies in the Commonwealth. So both the planning board and the zoning bylaw committee recommend unanimously positive action. This bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowy.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Moderator. My name is Werner Lowy. I'm town meeting member of Precinct 13 and also a member of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board. But I'm not speaking for that board. And in fact, not even for myself tonight. I'm here before you tonight because our state representative, Tommy Vitolo, isn't able to be here. But nevertheless, I think it's important that we hear from him. So I'm introducing his statement. Do the video, please.
Thank you, Werner. I'm State Representative Tommy Vitolo, town meeting member at large, and I apologize that I can't be with you this evening. The municipal opt-in specialized energy codes development has clear roots in Brookline local policy. In November 2019, Brookline became the first municipality in Massachusetts to pass a local bylaw restricting fossil fuel infrastructure in new construction and major renovation. Ultimately, the AG ruled the bylaw was inconsistent with state law and could not go into effect. Less than 2 weeks later, the climate roadmap bill came to the House floor. I filed an amendment to require the Bureau of Building Regulations and Standards to create a clean heating code which municipalities could accept. This language formed the basis of the municipal opt-in language, which was sent to the governor's desk in January 2021. Despite 2 separate Governor Baker vetoes, the language became law. In a January town meeting earlier this year, Brookline tied with Watertown to become the first communities to adopt the municipal opt-in specialized energy code. Although Brookline led, we are not alone. The specialized code has been passed in 18 communities, including Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, Newton, Lincoln, Lexington, Wellesley, and Arlington, representing 18% of the population of the Commonwealth. More than 20 additional communities are expected to pass the code this year. While the specialized code was being developed, 10 towns in Massachusetts, following Brookline's lead, filed home rule petitions to ban fossil fuels in new buildings and major renovations. In August 2022, the legislature passed a climate bill that included language allowing 10 communities to pilot a fossil fuel ban in new buildings and major renovations, contingent on meeting affordable housing targets and exempting life sciences and healthcare facilities. We meet these requirements. We are one of the 10 towns. Passing the warrant article before us today will secure Brookline's place in the pilot program. As with specialized stretch energy code, we are not alone. Lexington, Acton, Concord, Lincoln, and Aquina have already voted to join, and Arlington, Cambridge, and Newton are poised to follow. Several other communities, including Boston, Somerville, Salem, and Northampton, are vying for spots. Acting together with these communities will encourage more energy suppliers and industry partners to get up to speed with the new building requirements and techniques. Never fear, though, there are already enough white-collar and blue-collar workers who wear green collars prepared to help us meet our climate goals. Brookline has been a leader on this issue. By voting in support of warrant article 15, we can take another step that completes this segment of our journey to a green future. Thank you.
I agree, and as one of the town meeting members that started this ball rolling, I hope all of you will vote in favor of warrant article 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowy and Mr. Vitolo in absentia. Mr. Gray.
My name is Jesse Gray. I'm a member of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board and speaking for myself. 4 years ago, we began the journey that eventually, with the help of so many of you, led us to this article before us today. In that time, we have realized that as much work as it's taken us to get here tonight, this is really only the first and by far the easiest step. To transition to a sustainable future, we need to stop burning fossil fuels far, far faster than we are doing now. Here's what you can do. Don't buy another gas car or appliance. Please do not buy another gas car or appliance. That's it. That's how you can personally help. By doing the work it takes not to buy any more fossil fuel appliances or cars. Some appliances are easier than others. It's easier and more affordable today to replace a gas range or cooktop, gas dryer, gas hot water heater, or gasoline vehicle with a superior electric version, easier than it is to replace a gas boiler or a gas furnace. But month by month, government and product developers are increasingly helping, making it easier across the board for each of us to do the right thing. It's what we have to do together to transition to a sustainable future. We have to simultaneously not only green the grid, which is already well on its way, but also entirely stop burning fossil fuels in our vehicles and buildings. It's going to involve 3 big steps. This article before us is the first step, which is a requirement that new construction and gut rehabilitations be all electric. This first easiest step, after 4 previous articles, 3 Attorney General disapprovals and a failed appeal, this first step being finally actualized by this article is important because it will save a ton of money and reduce the harder work that we must tomorrow begin. Because the next step, the second big step, is that we've got to figure out together how to stop installing new gas appliances in our existing buildings. It may sound hard, but so when we first proposed it in 2019, did the policy in the now uncontroversial article before you tonight. The third and final step is that in 17 years, we've got to decommission the gas grid in Brookline. To take this final and by far most challenging step will require converting the last of the gas infrastructure inside our buildings. to
15
electric,
seconds, Mr. Gray.
even when that gas infrastructure has not reached the end of its useful life. Tonight, this decision should be easy. Tomorrow, please join us in the work ahead. The sooner we make progress together in this journey, the easier it will be to complete it and to achieve our shared goal of a sustainable future. Thank you.
Okay, we're not quite done with the speakers list, but I see some folks at the microphone, so I think it would be a good time to allow some questions or comments from the floor. Tell us who you are and what you've got to say or ask.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Moderator. I'm Linda Olson-Pelkey, Town Meeting Member Precinct 17. And my question is for either, well, you get to decide who.
I do get to
You
decide.
Okay, so my question is, has there been any estimates on the amount of greenhouse gas reductions the town will realize by passing this warrant article?
Wow, now that's a good one. I have a list of people who can answer. Ms. Stahl is back there. Is there anybody from the town? I know Mr. Barrasso. I know you're dying, Ms. Stahl, but I think I'm told Mr. Barrasso may be able to shed some light on this.
Tom Barrasso, Director of Sustainability for Brookline. At the moment, we do not have an accurate greenhouse gas inventory. One was completed, I believe, around 2009, 2010. Yeah, may have some more light on that. It's a definite task that we need to do. We are working on a new climate plan update for the 2018 plan. One of the recommendations out of that will probably be to have a very accurate greenhouse gas emissions strategy and inventory.
Can I follow up that question?
Well, Well, it sounds like Mr. Barrasso would like to defer to Ms. Stahl, which I will allow very briefly.
The answer is it will not reduce our emissions at all. This only addresses new construction, and so it will stop us from increasing our emissions.
Well, I think you could project into the future and do a delta. That's what I would do. But anyway,
Okay. Did that answer your question to the extent that we've got an answer for
we
you?
haven't done it yet, but thank you.
Thank you. Moving to this side of the room. Tell us who you are and what's your question or comment.
Sasan Zelkha, town meeting from precinct 14. And right now, I believe we have 4 projects, 440B projects that are in pipeline. Is this going to affect those projects? Because we could potentially drop down 10% if those projects don't apply for a building permit. So what does this apply to those or not?
So your question is whether or not these requirements would apply to 40B projects?
No, the existing 40B projects that were approved.
Sounds like that's probably a question I'm guessing for Mr. Simpson, but I could be wrong. Mr. Simpson, can you shed any light on that?
Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. It all depends on when they apply for their permit application. So this actual bylaw will not take effect until, I believe, January 20, at the earliest, January 24, at the latest sometime in March. This July, the stretch code takes effect, and the full commercial code goes into effect under the stretch code. So any permits that are applied for between this July and January 24, they will have to comply with the specialized code, which we adopted January. So it's all based on the date permit application.
Just gonna ask a follow-up question to that. So I believe there are 3 projects in the pipeline that would expire if they don't apply. We lose the credit essentially for that. Do you know if it will drop below 10% or not?
So without knowing the specific address, I can't answer the question. So we just received, I think, 2 permit applications in. 108 Center Street was issued probably a month or so ago. And I have something in the works for 45 Bartlett Crescent. So they will not be subject to either one, the specialized code or this code. Again, some of the ones that are still in the pipeline now, if no permit application has been filed, and they do it after January 24, or when this takes effect within January and March of 2024, they could very well have to apply. Some of them have done it voluntarily, but I don't know those ones off the top of my head.
All right. Turning this side of the room, who are you and what's your question?
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Moderator. I'm John Hebert, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7. I have a question. In the warrant for Article 15, it says, as the first key issue for this warrant article, that this is part of a pilot for the state, an experiment. The duration of the pilot will be short, essentially from July 2024 until September 2025. My question is, it seems to me that the warrant article being discussed moves forward into the future without any ending. And I'm wondering if there's a sunset provision, or if this is indeed an experiment and a pilot, or if this is a permanent feature that we're voting on.
Not quite sure I'm clear on your question yet, and I apologize for that. So could you just sort of give us a little more detail on what it is you'd like to know so we can try to get it to the right person?
Okay. This is said to be a pilot program. Is the warrant article that we're voting tonight change our bylaws so that moving forward, we are going to be following the provisions of what is spelled out in warrant Article 15?
Mr. Simpson, can you help us?
Thank you, Jonathan Simpson, Associate Town Council. While we are amending our bylaw,
And there is no sunset provision in what you all are doing today. So the change in the bylaw is permanent until town meeting acts at a future date. The entirety of warrant article 15's provisions with respect to the demonstration project keys on state regulation, which is itself time limited to the length of the demonstration project. There will be language in the bylaw, but it will be ineffective once the demonstration project is over at the state level.
Okay. Next in line, who are you and what's your question?
Hi, Wendy Friedman, Precinct 5. My question is about major renovations that choose not to replace gas appliances. When those end, is there any measure in this that keeps, let's say it's a single family home, a homeowner from 3 months after the project ends, then going and replacing those appliances with the same fuel-based appliances? I don't know if the town requires a permit to change out an appliance, but is there anything that keeps a homeowner from just kind of bypassing this by waiting a little bit of time?
Mr. Bennett?
Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. Once they trigger the definition of major renovation, which is alteration requiring a building permit to a building in existence at the date of the application that includes the reconfiguration of space in which the work area is more than 50% of the aggregate area of the building prior to the project. So let's take a single family dwelling, for instance. If they renovate more than 50% of that building, they will have to comply with the bylaw, and they won't have, the decision will not have to be made on gas appliances. They won't be able to have them. If they stay below the 50%, 40, 45%, then that does not trigger major renovation, and the gas appliances or some of the gas fixtures can stay.
Okay, Ms. Frawley, and I know this sounds silly. Tell us who you are and what's your question.
Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. Thank you. I have some concerns because of both a major renovation next door to me and a rumor about Hancock Village. The rumor is, and I would like it validated, that the new buildings have drawn electricity. They don't have enough in the new, and they're drawing it from the old buildings. I'm concerned if that's true and what that would mean in the long run. And does it challenge the so-called 0.3% that Wendy said we have so little doing it? And should I worry about it? My neighbor gutted the whole building, so I'm sure it's going to be all electrical. Is he going to draw from me? Thanks.
So if I understand you correctly, and I am not entirely sure I do, one question is are there new developments at Hancock Village that are sucking the power from the present developments? Was that your first question?
Yes, and what would that mean for the grid? Is it true? And what would it mean for the grid? And I threw in the anecdote that my next door neighbor just gutted the whole thing. And should I worry about it since I'm in the butter to Hancock Village? Thanks.
Well, the best I can think of would be to throw it up to Mr. Bennett, but I'm not sure if he would be
He
the
would
person
know.
who'd have the.
He would know.
All right. Well, Mr. Bennett, would you like to take a crack at this?
Dan Bennett, Building Commissioner. Each home is supplied by its own power. So what you draw off well, let me back up a bit. At the introduction here, I think one of the initial speakers said that the grid can handle this bylaw change or the reduction of all gas appliances and going all electric. With respect to Hancock Village, we are investigating some issues over there with respect to temp power. We are looking into some of the matters of how they have used some of the existing buildings to temporarily service other existing buildings while they are in the process of doing an upgrade on the utility, systems over there. We did recently have a meeting on site with Eversource, with CHR representatives and electricians. And we are in the process right now of dealing, with that situation. So Eversource, the town of Brookline, CHR and electrician are very involved in moving forward. And we're hopeful by the end of the month that these temporary services and these temporary connections will be finalized.
Does that mean though South Brooklyn is at risk in general, that we may not have enough grid for South Brooklyn?
That would be, what's supplied by the utility isn't a building department issue or a building department concern. That would come directly from Eversource.
You have no opinion as to whether there's enough?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Tell us who you are and what your question or comment is.
Barbara Scotto, Precinct 2. I remember when we were discussing this a couple of years ago, and my son was very unhappy about this. He talked to, or he heard from Shelley Glashow, who was a physicist who won the Nobel Prize, who said this really was not such a good idea, because how do we get the amount of electricity we will need? Currently, in order to get electricity, other than solar and the kinds of things we're doing, they get electricity by burning gas in great amounts. And I'm wondering if anybody here knows how the electricity will be produced when we need far more than we have now.
I am going to let Ms. Stahl, since she's with ZIAB, respond to that one.
Wendy Stahl, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 5. I hear there are two concerns here. How will we get the electricity, and will it be clean electricity? First off, as I mentioned in the beginning, Brookline has contracted for our electricity to be clean electricity. So everything we're doing here, unless you specifically opt out of our default electricity program, will be clean. Secondly, the whole region of New England is run by ISO New England. They're our grid operator. And Eversource is managing our electricity and getting it to our doors. Both of them have assured us that there will be and is now enough power. Business as usual is for them to keep building out the grid to be double the size it is today by the end of 2050. Now, there are also legal mandates in the state that the amount of clean electricity increase for the whole state by 3% every year at a minimum. So no matter what, Brookline's getting clean electricity, the grid is expanding, and the whole state's electricity is also getting greener.
Okay, just a minute. Before we do that, I do want to find out if Mr. Barrasso, our sustainability coordinator for the town, has anything to add or modify towards that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Barrasso, Director of Sustainability. Again, we are not doing this in a vacuum. So this is a sanctioned project with the state. We're working with the state agency, Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources. So we're not going to do anything that's going to break the grid or extend our ability to bring electricity to your location and your home. So again, not being done in a vacuum. Everything we're doing is part of a program sanctioned by the state. And we are working with builders, we're working with our building department. If you're doing a major new construction, we're talking to all those folks about solar installations, rooftop solar, geothermal. We're doing that with the Driscoll School. So again, all avenues are being looked at to make sure that we've got enough electricity to run the things that we need to run. Thank you.
Mr. Sandman, are you at the microphone to make a motion to call the question?
You get it. That's correct. Yes.
Okay, I am not going to entertain that motion with the utmost sympathy to everyone who wants to, because there is only one speaker left on the list who has 3 minutes, and I think we can hear that in less time than it would take to have a vote on a motion to call the question. However, if after that it appears we're going further, the chair will absolutely entertain such a motion. Ms. Cunningham.
Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you, Mr. Assistant Moderator, and thank you, Mr. Sandman. Good evening. My name is Lisa Cunningham. I am an architect and one of the co-petitioners for all the prior fossil fuel-free warrant articles that have been referenced tonight. Brookline's effort to reduce carbon emissions is part of a still unfolding commitment to address our climate crisis, thanks to the efforts of many here tonight. In 2010, we became one of the first green communities, committing to our automatic adoption of an improved stretch code. In 2015, we were one of the first to institute a community choice electricity program. In 2017, town meeting passed a resolution requiring our school projects to be fossil fuel free. In 2021, we declared a climate emergency and pledged to reduce Brookline's greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2040. In 2022, with the great help of our planning department, we passed a bylaw expanding EV charging requirements well above the insufficient state mandated minimums. And as you've heard, starting with Jesse Gray's warrant Article 21 in 2019, we also passed a series of articles to restrict the use of new fossil fuel infrastructure in major construction. Thank you, Jesse, for your vision and leadership. Our actions have inspired many communities throughout Massachusetts to pass their own legislation, but our influence has also spread to New York City, a city of almost 9 million people, who enacted their own gas ban in 2021 and credited Brookline for providing inspiration. Similar legislation followed in Washington, D.C., Montgomery County, and just a month ago, the entire state of New York. This happened only because people like Jesse and you and me in communities all over the country have worked together to legislate change, just as we have been doing in Brookline. To avoid catastrophic climate failure, we need to stop using fossil fuels immediately. It's that simple. The good news is that life is actually much better without gas and other fossil fuels, particularly producing cleaner air and significantly improved health outcomes. We have the technology and it is well proven and cost effective, but we can't wait for others to solve this problem. That is not happening with the urgency required. We are in a race against time, and it's a race that we have to win. We need to take immediate action as individuals around our kitchen table, as Jesse said. The town needs to step up and help by providing resources.
15 seconds, Ms. Cunningham.
I'm wrapping up right now. Thank you. For providing resources for those actions, as many of our peer communities are already doing. But it's also imperative that we continue to pass local legislation, accelerating progress at the state and national level, as we have done in the past and as this warrant article tonight represents. Thank you in advance for your support of this important legislation, and best of luck and many thanks to my colleague and friend, Jesse Gray.
Mr. Friedman, are you moving to call the question?
No, I'm moving a point of order, Mr. Moderator.
What is your point of order, Mr.
Harry
Friedman?
Friedman, Precinct 12. 3 of the speakers tonight are founding members of a lobbying group called, I believe, Carbon Free MA. And I was just wondering if it's considered a conflict of interest that nobody seems to have deemed it important enough to identify before any of the 3 spoke.
Well, Mr. Friedman, my recollection from the last town meeting when we discussed this is that, and I could be mistaken, is that this came up and that the individuals you were referring to indicated that they had no financial interest in any of this.
I'm not talking a financial interest. I'm talking an appearance of a conflict of interest.
Okay. My recollection is that this was discussed at length during our last town meeting, and therefore I'm going to deny your point of order,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Friedman. Mr. Sandman, are you moving to call the question?
Yes, sir.
Well, we don't have any more speakers. Well, we could take the time on a motion to call the question, but I'm going to use my discretion and simply move to the main motion because we have no speakers and nobody left at the microphone. So we will be moving to the motion. It is contained on supplement 1, pages 6 to 10. Motion to amend Article 5.9 to document votes previously taken by town meeting regarding adoption of the specialized energy code and stretch code, as you've had explained for quite some time. For some of us, I know it's probably like high school math class. It's important, but you got to pay extra attention. Any case, yes vote would do those things, requires a majority vote. Are we ready? Okay, the vote will begin. Okay, the motion passes 220 yes, 11 no, and 7 abstentions. With that, I will turn the podium back over to Moderator Poverman, and thank you for being kind, particularly those who I forgot to put on the speakers list.
Okay, we are now moving on to Article 16, which is moved by Ms. Pelkey and seconded by Mr. Van Scoyac. It is requesting the creation of a new zoning district in parts of Brookline. The district would impose restrictions on the type of changes that can be made to two-family buildings or homes and attached single houses. And this is part of an effort to encourage reuse of buildings rather than demolitions. So, Ms. Pelkey, you have 10 minutes. If you could please describe.
Could we fix the slides so that it's not cut off on the left side, please? Could be a problem.
Okay, while we wait for the slide and you want to read the motion, it is on the orange supplement 1, pages 5 through 10.
Well, we'll have to see how this goes. I'm Linda Olson-Pelkey, town meeting member, precinct 17, and a member of the advisory committee, speaking on behalf of the advisory committee. Warrant Article 16 is a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by the Planning and Community Development Department. What's the trick on this microphone to not get that? The advisory committee recommends favorable action by a vote of 23 to 0 to 0. Next slide, please. This article, okay, you can read it. That's good. This article is in response to Warrant Article 12, a resolution passed at last fall's town meeting asking the planning department to study the trends, location, and drivers behind the increasing numbers of demolitions and to recommend bylaw changes to help prevent them to town meeting. Warrant Article 12 passed last fall by a vote of 187 to 61 to 6. Next slide. The proposal is to add massing requirements to 2 T5 zoning districts adjacent to the northern portion of Harvard Street. The new district designation will be T5 NH in parentheses, which stands for North Harvard. The district is zoned for 2-family dwellings with a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. There are 592 affected parcels, and all property owners were notified of the proposed change in March. Next slide. The planning department has documented 5 demolition applications in the last year and a half within these 2 districts. Each of them had plans for much larger 3-story replacement structures. Here are just 2 examples of what has been happening. With increasing demolitions and redevelopment in our 2-family zones, there has been widespread dissatisfaction with both the loss of existing homes and their out-of-scale super luxury replacements. These redevelopments can bring the loss of moderately priced rental units when the demolished structure is a traditional 2-family, meaning one unit is owner occupied and the other is a rental. Next slide. The main driver of these demolitions is the fact that there is a large disparity between the allowable floor area ratio of 1, meaning that on a 5,000 square foot lot, you can build a 5,000 square foot building, and the much smaller existing structures, which are on average built out to be about half as big as the average with a floor area ratio around 0.55. The additional allowable square footage is a powerful incentive to developers to demolish and rebuild larger structures. However, this is causing wasteful destruction of one-of-a-kind historic homes and causes serious environmental damage in the form of wasting the embodied carbon in the existing structure, creating embodied carbon in the new building, and the loss of tree canopy and open space. Meanwhile, the replacement structures are usually 3 times more expensive without any additional housing units being added. Next slide. The article does not change underlying dimensional requirements currently in place. The amount of buildable square footage, side yards, front yard setbacks, open space requirements, maximum height, etc., all remain the same. Next slide. So what this proposal does do is add some massing requirements based on the predominant attributes of the existing structures, created a kind of form-based zoning light. Rather than allow a full 3 stories, the form of the building is limited to 2.5 stories, which mirrors most of the existing homes already built. The attic floor can have livable space equal to 70% of the square footage of the floor below. By way of example, if the second floor is 1,000 square feet of livable space, then the usable attic space could be 700 square feet. I'll show some examples of where the 70% figure came from in a bit. Creating livable space in the attic is achieved by adding dormers. The proposal would not allow flat or mansard roofs above the second floor to prevent the full build out of the 3rd story, which is how the out-of-scale box-like structures are built today. Allowed roof types are hip, gable, and gambrel, which I'll show in a moment, and some minimum standards have been added to limit such things as total width and placement for the proposed dormers. And finally, the placement of the building on the lot is limited to 60% of the depth of the lot. I'll also be showing how this figure was derived. A special provision of the 60% depth limit is that the Zoning Board of Appeals may not grant relief from this standard, which is very unusual. Next slide. These are the roof types, hip, gable, and gambrel, that are allowed because they represent what can be found now in the neighborhoods, and they allow for the creation of livable attic spaces with the addition of dormers. Next slide. Flat and mansard roofs are prohibited above the second story because these roof types facilitate the build out of 3 full stories. Developers have used faux mansard roofs to basically build flat roofs. Flat roofs are allowed at or below the second story to allow for flat roofed porches and additions. Next slide. Planning department staff surveyed homes currently in these T districts to get an idea of what % of the second floor is commonly being used as livable space in the attic. As you can see from these 3 examples, 50 to 65% is typical. Therefore, the 70% figure can comfortably accommodate the likely range. In the first example, the attic space is about 66%. Next slide. Here, the attic space is again 66% of the second floor. Next slide. And in this third example, the attic is built out to less than 50% of the floor below. Next slide. So what about the requirement limiting the building depth on a lot to 60%? Where did that come from? This chart with a million tiny little numbers on it is just a tiny snippet of the database of properties in the 2 impacted T districts. Of note is the column 4th from the left, showing the current building depth on the lot of existing structures, which, according to this data, averages about 50%. The other important numbers are in the orange column to the right, which show the number of feet remaining between the existing building and the 60% depth limit, which illustrates that for most properties, there is adequate space to add a usable addition to the back of the structure, with the average being an additional 12 feet between the house and the 60% depth. Next slide. To summarize, this amended article before you was a consensus motion worked out collaboratively between the Planning Board, Preservation Commission, and the Advisory Committee's Land Use Subcommittee. The Select Board also supports this article. The parameters were derived from surveying existing built conditions and are meant to be a compromise between allowing expansion potential, discouraging demolitions, and fostering more context-sensitive redevelopment. The Planning Department views this as a stopgap measure made necessary by the extreme development pressure causing many demolitions, which will be revisited in the context of the broader planning and zoning reform effort starting later this year. The Planning Department tells us that 3 projects in the development queue have already altered their demolition proposals and have moved to retaining the existing structures, which tells us these changes are having the hoped for impact. There are powerful environmental benefits to adaptive reuse and retaining rear yard open space and tree canopy, and there are important affordability benefits to retaining existing rental units. Please join the many boards and committees who have voted favorable action on warrant Article 16. Thank you.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
Before, John Van Scoyac from the Select Board. Before I deliver the Select Board's recommendation on this warrant article, I just want to emphasize something that Linda said. And that is that this is a fulfillment of something that town meeting asked be done. And I think we should be grateful that when town meeting expressed a desire to do something about demolitions, but without there being any clear path to how to do it, the challenge was accepted by our planning department, and we have some incredibly capable people on the advisory committee who worked with the planning and community development department. And the end result is the proposal you have before you, which actually will do something about demolitions as town meeting requested. And so on to the Select Board's recommendation. Warrant Article 16 was submitted by the Planning and Community Development Department. Excuse me. It proposes to rezone 2 residential areas north of Beacon Street, that run behind the commercial buildings on either side of Harvard Street by changing the zoning to these two areas from T5 to T5 and H. And I think Linda explained very well what that was all about. At the fall of 2022 town meeting, a resolution was passed asking the Planning and Community Development Department to explore ways to deter demolitions. This proposed district change is a first step, and it tries to achieve that goal in this particular two-family neighborhood. If passed, the new zoning would make it less appealing to demolish a dwelling. In other words, it would disincentivize demolishing a dwelling, and it would act as an incentive to retain the building through renovations by adding more floor space in the attic, possibly with dormers and or constructing additions to the rear of the building. If demolition should occur by requiring gable and hip roofs and limiting the dwelling to 2.5 floors, new buildings will be more consistent with the architectural style of the surrounding neighborhood. The select board, after discussion, voted favorable action, and the motion on which we voted favorable action can be found on pages 328 to 346. Yes, that you heard me correctly. It's that many pages as you scroll through the PDF of the combined reports. Thank you very much.
Mr. Heiken.
Steve Heiken, speaking for the planning board. As you've heard, this warrant article originated from a desire to minimize the number of demolitions of existing two-family structures in the T5 districts north of Harvard Street. And there were several iterations of this, including starting with a much stricter limitation on the size of a third floor or half story, as well as the depth of a building. A lot of these demolitions have taken place because some unusually deep lots allow a very deep building to be built with a very large footprint that is often double the length of many of the existing structures in these neighborhoods. And Linda mentioned that none of the other dimensional requirements have changed, in particular height. Many of our 2.5-story gable roof buildings are 35 feet high, but the difference between a 35-foot building with a gable roof and a 35-foot building that is fully 3 stories is an enormous increase in mass. So after much discussion, and as you heard, there was an unusual joint meeting of 3 boards, the planning board, the zoning bylaw committee, and the land use subcommittee of the advisory committee, and much discussion at that very well-attended meeting. We came to a unanimous consent to the dimensional requirements that you've heard, including the 60% lot depth and a third floor or half story of 70% of the floor below. But we also recognize that this is a stopgap measure to some extent, and there may be further discussion to consider whether allowing a third unit in the T districts might make sense as opposed to allowing 2 large units to replace the existing homes. Some years ago, there was a notion that maybe we should reduce the 1.0 floor area ratio in these T districts, but doing that would have perhaps an unintended but very real consequence of probably creating a lot of pre-existing non-conforming existing homes, which would open up the town to a lot of loopholes in terms of enlarging pre-existing non-conforming units, thanks to a section of state law known as the Diedrich rule. So that's something to be avoided. We need to live with the 1.0 FAR that we have, but find ways to better conform new structures to what we have now. And so at that joint meeting, the planning board unanimously voted 6-0, Dennis Wipeout. The Preservation Commission 4-0, and the Advisory Committee's Land Use Subcommittee 4-0 in favor of favorable action for warrant article 16. Thank you.
John Bassett.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. John Bassett of Precinct 6. On one aspect, I urge favorable action. One aspect I just want to call attention to is that in the center of most blocks is private open space, backyards, which together create the appearance of open space. There are fences, garages, trees, but there are no 2.5-story buildings in the center of blocks. We have next to my house 11 and 12 Goodman Place, which is being developed. The developer is keeping the front part of the building, which we like. It's a Victorian, but they're extending into what is now a big backyard. They had 57 feet backyard. It's cutting it down to 30. That is the single greatest objection, almost the only objection to the proposal. People really value that private open space. Article 16, it's on page 7 of the advisory committee supplement and on page 1610 of the combined reports, protects that private open space by specifically, and as Linda said, taking the unusual measure of saying that no special permit is available to decrease that open space. This is a good, as John said, it's a good attempt by the planning department to do in a limited way what we asked them to do. And it does protect private open space. I urge favorable action. Thank you.
Michael Rubenstein. Or Stein, you can tell us. Rubenstein.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I am Michael Rubenstein, Precinct 13, Town Meeting Member. Tonight, I am speaking to urge you to pass Warrant Article 16. On May 3rd, I witnessed a joint public hearing of the Planning Board, the Preservation Commission, and the Advisory Committee on Land Use Planning. At this hearing, volunteers from our community debated Warrant Article 16, which seeks to encourage building additions on existing houses instead of tearing those houses down to build new homes. Architects, urban planners, lawyers, economists, and others were supported by Brookline's wonderful professional planning staff in order to consider important questions such as how much liberty should a property owner have to decide what to build? What should neighbors be able to determine regarding changes to their neighborhood? How will specific allowances or prohibitions that become part of our zoning bylaws affect the aesthetics, economics, and other outcomes of specific building projects? Their debate yielded compromises captured in the warrant article laid before you. In 2 neighborhoods at the north end of Harvard Street, housing that is out of scale is being permitted because of the combined impact of legal imprecision, discretion built into the special permit process, and 40B applications that bypass Brookline's zoning bylaws. I want to improve housing in our community. Better housing can benefit neighborhoods, support our commercial and civic life, and protect our environment. Better housing can give us safety and security. Better housing can build a more vibrant, equitable community. Passing Warrant Article 16 will give us better housing through clearer zoning bylaws and more predictable development, while protecting neighborhoods in ways that are important to current residents. Thus, in gratitude to the Planning Department and the many residents who have volunteered to craft these compromises, I urge you to pass Warrant Article 16. Thank you.
Nancy Heller. And Mr. Lynn Jones, could you come close?
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
I'm Nancy Heller, town meeting member for Precinct 8. I want to thank the IT staff for getting my slides up there quickly. So I'm not going to cover the ground that Linda and so many of the others have already talked to you about the reasons for proposing the demolitions in the neighborhoods. Could you put up the next slide, please? I hope you can read that. That neighbors have been so concerned about in terms of what's good and bad about this, about what they want to save. They want to save open space. You've heard that. They want to save wildlife habitat. That doesn't include the rats, by the way. And they want to save the trees, but they don't want to destroy, add carbon to our footprint. They don't want to destroy moderately affordable housing units, and they don't want to live next to boxy, flat roof, massive things that are in luxury units that are unaffordable to most people. Can you put up the next slide, please? I want to show you, no, next one, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. These are two pictures of what's happened in Precinct 8 to two properties there. There's 85 Naples, which you see on my right, with the gambrel roof, and 123 Fuller, which is a property that I just learned about yesterday. It is now a smaller house, but the demolition delay expired in April. So could you just put up the next slide, please? And these are two properties in Precinct 9, 116 Thorndike and 116 Columbia. There are several things that are in common about these properties. Next slide, please. All have had a finding of significance by the Preservation Commission and a consequent 1-year demolition delay. They've all had design review, which were rejected by the developer, who opted to wait out the demolition delay. All have ample backyards and became targets for large replacement structures, boxy with flat roofs that maximize FAR for luxury units and therefore maximize profits. All had robust neighborhood opposition at demolition prospects and replacements. And at least 3 of the 4, and I don't know about Fuller Street, just learned about it yesterday. The other 3 have all had moderately affordable housing units. Next slide, please. As you can see, Warrant Article 16 is already having a positive effect. It was published on March the 29th of this year, and so it became effective in terms of developers having to abide by it until the town meeting makes a decision one way or another. 85 Naples, the developer now has a for sale sign in front of the house. 123 Fuller, I'm told by the planning department that the developer is waiting to develop the plans to see what happens tonight. 116 Thorndike, the developer is now planning a renovation, and I think Linda showed you a slide of what the developer had proposed. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's 116 Columbia, it's 2 116s. But the developer 116 Thorndike is now planning a renovation they planned to demolish before. 116 Columbia, the one you saw that Linda showed you a slide of, has withdrawn those plans and will meet this zoning proposal. And the last slide, please.
Could you please finish up, Ms. Heller?
Pardon me?
Could you please finish up?
Yeah, this is the last slide. Warrant Article 16 is a sensible proposal. It accomplishes the goal of deterring renovations and encouraging, deterring demolitions and encouraging renovations. Developers will no longer have the option to maximize profits over Brookline's needs and values. Please vote favorable action on Warrant 16 as Warrant Article 16 as amended. Thank you.
Mr. Lynn Jones.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Sean Lynn Jones from Precinct 1, speaking in favor of Article 16. I'm not going to go into great detail about what this article does, what the zoning bylaw amendment does, or the case for it, because the previous speakers have done a fantastic job of explicating what the article is all about and showing that it has many advantages. And I think that's been a pretty persuasive case, given that not only does the advisory committee, the planning board, the preservation commission, maybe the zoning bylaw committee too, and the select board support it, but the groups that usually endorse warrant articles seem to be unanimous in recommending favorable action on Article 16. And those of you who check your email inbox and mailbox know that those groups often disagree on precisely this kind of article. So I'm going to avoid the substance, but I do want to reiterate something that Mr. Van Scoyoc began to say, because it deserves a little bit more attention. I want to point out that this is a great case of how the process can work here in Brookline. Last November, town meeting voted by a majority of more than 3-1, 75%, for a resolution that called on the planning department to consider ways of reducing the number of demolitions in Brookline. And I'll tell you honestly, as a co-petitioner and as someone who wrote a lot of the prose in that resolution, I couldn't quite figure out the best way to address that concern about tear downs. So we put some ideas in, but we said, not, limited to these. The planning department staff came back very rapidly with an innovative idea that you've heard about tonight to address one of the most severe aspects of the tear down problem, what was widely regarded as a crisis in the T5 districts with the number of demolitions that were taking place. The planning department submitted a warrant article, which was reviewed carefully by the planning board, the preservation commission, and the advisory committee's land use subcommittee. The members of those bodies literally put their heads together in a joint meeting, applied their considerable expertise, listened to public input, as you've heard, revised the proposed zoning amendment, and it's now supported so widely. I want to thank in particular, everyone who worked so hard on this, but particularly the planning staff. Maria Morelli, Holly Selko, Jake Collins, and the planning department's director, Kara Bruton, for doing such a fantastic job here. I hope this story ends with a favorable vote of town meeting. So please join me in voting yes on Article 16. Thanks very much.
Jonathan Klein. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll call on you after Mr. Klein comes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jonathan Klein, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 17. I am also a member of the Housing Advisory Board and a board member of Brookline for Everyone, but I speak solely for myself tonight. I'll also say I find myself in unusual company, agreeing with people that I don't always agree with, and so it's good to be able to be agreeable from time to time. I rise to speak in support of the Planning Department's proposal. I thank the Planning Department for their good work to allow a revision of the requirements in certain two-family zones as and I'm going to emphasize this, first step to hopefully discouraging the replacement of existing two-family homes with new, larger, and more expensive homes that provide no net additional housing. I emphasize first step because I believe that there are other important opportunities, particularly allowing an additional unit on those properties in certain circumstances that could address both the concern about demolitions and the large size of the new luxury apartments, while at the same time providing much needed additional housing. The Planning Department believes that this could help reduce the rapid pace of demolition and encourage conversions in attic spaces for greater living space. And I agree with the proposal as it's been modified, and I appreciate the work, not only the Planning Department, but all the boards that worked hard on coming up with the changes that made this a apparently nearly consensus position. But I want to emphasize one additional thing. The Planning Department's report specifically states, and I quote, and building on what my friend Steve just said, the committee understood that the new T5 zoning was meant to be a stopgap measure to provide time for public discussion of the idea of allowing a third dwelling unit in the T5 district and allowing additional roof styles when architectural design standards were formulated for them. So It's really very important, and I urge the planning department and the planning board and town meeting to follow through with that idea, because what we really need in this town are more opportunities for more housing units that could be smaller, more modest, and more affordable. So I support favorable action on warrant Article 16, and I hope that once it's approved, all those bodies will act expeditiously to take the next steps that have been outlined. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm sorry. Could you,
Lisa Schatz, town meeting member, precinct 11. I have a question.
oh, by the way, if anyone wants to call the question, please come to the microphone, as that is the proper procedure. Yes, Lisa Schatz, please go
Okay,
ahead.
So I would be much happier with Article 16 if it did include upzoning to 3 families, and it doesn't seem like it'd be such a major undertaking, given all the effort that already went into this article. I'm wondering why that wasn't considered and why we have to wait till the next iteration, and why wasn't it done now?
Ms. Morelli?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you for the question, Ms. Schatz. Maria Morelli, Senior Planner of the Regulatory Division of the Planning Department. We take that very seriously. This is not a mathematical problem, however. We do have to look at how feasible it would be and what parameters we would need in the zoning to allow for a 3rd unit without demolition. So we do need to do a little bit more work with architects to understand maybe we would have to increase the 60%. It just takes a little bit of time, and we didn't have that with the time frame that we had. I hope that answers your question.
Anticipating what Mr. Sandman is going to say.
I actually have a question.
Oh,
And then I will be happy to call the question.
yes, but there is somebody else waiting. So first ask your question, please.
Well, if there's somebody else waiting and you'll take a motion to call the question, then I'll do that now, but otherwise I'll ask my question.
Please do.
Okay, so the impression I have is that, and this is for the planning staff, and I believe that Ms. Selko answered in the affirmative at a select board meeting, but I'd like to hear it again for the benefit of everybody else. I believe that this is a bit of an example, sort of a micro example of form-based zoning. And it's form-based zoning that's fitted to a particular neighborhood. Form-based zoning on Harvard Street would look different. It would be fitted to that neighborhood. But I want to confirm, if you don't mind, that this is in fact a sort of a form-based zoning article.
Ms. Morelli, could you please explain that and explain what the term form-based zoning means?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and Mr. Sandman. Maria Morelli, Senior Planner. Form-based zoning means that you are looking at the envelope of the building. You're not concerned with performance standards like FAR. You're actually looking at what you can envision for the envelope and the displacement and the placement on the lot. And then you reverse engineer your zoning to match what you would like to see. So this is a very architecturally coherent neighborhood. We've studied the form and the measurements geometrically, and that's how we derive those zoning standards. And that's what form-based zoning does very well. It allows you to envision what could be built or what exists and to conserve what exists, and then to reverse engineer and make sure that your zoning parameters meet what you can see or what already exists in the neighborhood. Is that helpful?
Mr. O'Neill, either I have been ignoring you or you have just been loitering.
No, a little bit of both, but can we call the question, please?
Second. Okay. All right, before I call the question, I need to ask people who are waiting in line to identify themselves.
Sarah Kitterman, town meeting member, precinct 9.
Alec Lebovitz, town meeting member, precinct 8.
Okay, we will now vote on whether or not to call the question. Oh, was there somebody? Oh. Okay, we will now vote on whether or not to call the question, and that will require a 2/3 vote. Okay, the motion to terminate debate passes with 189 yes, 38 no, and 10 abstentions. We will now vote on the motion itself, which is found on the supplement number 1, pages 5 through 10. It is the orange supplement for those of you who opted for color copies. What you are being asked to vote on is whether or not to approve a new district, T5 and H, which would require parts of Brookline, north of Harvard Street, or that would impose restrictions on the types of changes that can be made to two-family and attached single houses in an effort to discourage demolition, but to encourage reuse. We are going to drop the vote now. It requires a 2/3 majority to pass. The motion passes with a vote of 214 yes, 20 no, and 5 abstentions. We now turn to article number 19. Try to actually get the microphone somewhere near where my head is. Okay, this is a motion. The main motion is made by the advisory committee. It is a motion to create a Black and Brown Commission. It is found on supplement 2, pages 7 through 10 on the blue paper supplement. It is moved by Janice Kahn and seconded by Dennis Doughty. There is also a motion to refer to the select board, which is found on supplement 3, pages 1 to 2. It is moved by David Lescoyer, seconded by Bob Lepson. The petitioners are going to first speak in a block of 4 people, and they will have 10 minutes. However, one of the speakers I only have, and they should all come to the front, all the people who are speaking, all the petitioners who are speaking on this article should move to the front so it moves more seamlessly when you speak. Grab seats where you can. And there is one speaker who is only identified as Ty. I believe the full name is Ty Payne because I believe you spoke at the advisory committee last night. But if Ty could please come to the microphone now and identify yourself and give me your full name and city of residence, I would appreciate it. Is Ty here? Who's coming? Thank you. Ms. Hafiz is. Okay, we will start with the petitioners, but Ty cannot speak until I apologize. Wheelies are not permitted in the auditorium, I'm sorry.
Back up there and wheel back down. My name
That
is-
was a joke.
My name is Todd Jamal Payne. I'm one of the residents at Brookline Village, also one of the directors for Black and Brown Club, doing the youth outreach. I used to do taekwondo, lifeguard, and many things involving the youth in Boston before I moved to Brookline in 2008. And I'm just here to speak on behalf of the first Black and Brown Commission that we are trying to get started to set up.
All I need right now is your name.
Oh, Jamar Payne, and my nickname is Todd.
Okay. Now I don't know what if order you have arranged to speak in, so I apologize for interrupting you. So the petitioners are Sana Hafiz and Adahini Ijanusi. So the usual course is that the petitioners speak first and then designate who speaks next.
Okay.
So Ms. Hafiz, if you could approach the podium, introduce yourself, and then begin your presentation. Among the four of you, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sana Hafiz.
I can't hear you. Could you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sana Hafiz. I'm a Brown Brookline resident of Precinct 4. We, the petitioners, have presented many times. We all know the statistics on Black and Brown population growth rates, poverty rates, median income, home ownership, etc. None of this is new information. And with these abominable statistics persisting over decades and even getting worse due to the pandemic, we've seen absolutely zero efforts to address these in the Black and Brown community. Those of you that say you actively work for a more equitable Brookline have had this assignment for years. You should have been asking yourselves, what has been done? What has not worked and why? The answer is what was done was not enough, was not effective, and it did not originate from the low-income Black and Brown community that it was supposed to uplift. Just look at ARPA, not one job skill program, and shortchanging the affordable childcare proposal. Our neighbor Somerville allocated $7 million to affordable childcare in 2021. We are falling monstrously short of the mark. In the last 3 decades, you should have been asking, what can I do to support low-income Black and Brown leaders that are working to uplift their community? What can I do to support the solutions that they have created? How can I be an ally and uplift these voices? Today, the Black and Brown community has come together to create this warrant article for a commission, a solution by the community for the community, what should have been an easy yes to support. Yet time and time again, questions arise. Did you try this method? Why do you need your own commission? Shouldn't this be under this department? The answer is the future of the Black and Brown community was in those hands for decades. And over the past 30 years, nothing has changed. Why do we need our own commission? Why not? The Women's Commission that we borrowed much of the language in our warrant article from has existed for decades. Brookline has a number of commissions, as does Boston and plenty of other neighboring cities. This is not a new idea. What about the Office of Diversity? The Chief Diversity Officer, Lloyd, welcomes this commission and looks forward to working with it. Furthermore, this commission's focus is to change the way this town deals with Black and Brown community issues. No longer should entities like the Brookline Food Pantry get funding while not being able to reach the majority of Black and Brown population in this town, despite somehow finding a way to fund hundreds of Bostonians. The same food pantry that saw ARPA funding in round 2 and even requested to meet with BNBC to then claim they did outreach with low-income Black and Brown people. I understand folks' resistance to this idea that people are trying to undermine our communities. I understand that it is difficult to swallow that so much of what you think you know is not as it seems. I ask you not to believe me, but to really sit and think about the merit of my words. Your perception is not reality. Reality is grounded in facts, not what makes us feel less uncomfortable. On that notion, I've always spoken my truth, even when dismissed, attacked, or branded aggressive. I've always directly addressed the issues I have and when I think something is unjust. I have never needed a newsletter to speak for me, and that's true to this day. What is funny is that by speaking plainly, not mincing words, by stating the facts, I've been met with contempt and outright attacks. This isn't anything new or unexpected. This is part of being Black and Brown and part of the experience you won't understand. It seems that when we speak properly, there are endless contingencies to circumvent our efforts to positively impact our community. But when I talk like this, I'm not smart enough, and these things are too complicated for people that look like me. You can't even use an accent as a reason to not understand me. I was born in Kansas City and raised in the South. I have an American accent. Be really realistic right now. This is not about what we say. This is about who is saying it. I am not your enemy. My only enemies are those who are opposed to the values of equality for all, the right that all are created equal under God. If you stand for these values, stand with us. Enough of these cheap attacks and baseless assumptions, enough trying to connect that newsletter to this warrant article for the dignity of this town and this process. Let's not act like we don't know the things that you all say about one another. You want to gatekeep us from this inner circle of power. You fundamentally misunderstand. We as a community don't want to be a part of a circle that operates that way. If we had a commission, I promise you that we wouldn't still be stating these facts here today. We would have had a centralized platform for our voices. We wouldn't have to keep repeating ourselves to every committee. We would hold our elected officials accountable for bad governance and discrimination. Don't let your feelings about me or any other person or organization change the fact that this Black and Brown Commission is long overdue. If it will take me vowing to never be on the Black and Brown Commission, then so be it. I, Sana Hafiz, vow to never serve on the Black and Brown Commission. This is not about me, and it never was. This warrant article is by the people for the people, not a new idea, just an idea that's been suppressed for a long time in this town. No longer. Black and brown people have been bought and sold, have been willed to this town along with cattle. We built this nation and then we were disenfranchised from it. This knowledge was intentionally hidden. The ultimate fear here is not that a few of us will be able to advocate for ourselves. The fear is that the veil is lifting. The veil that has hidden the fact that we are the people. We are the ones that keep this country running. You couldn't have built any of this without us and our stolen resources. The fear is that we remind folks of the truth, the history of marginalized and oppressed communities across the world and right in our backyard. We are the blueprint. We may be a minority in this town, but globally, we are the majority. We are not outnumbered, we are only out-organized. I ask every single one of you to stand with us in this small town of Brookline, to the state of Massachusetts, to across the US, to around the world from the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Haiti, Germany, Colombia, Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia, Sudan, Senegal, Palestine, and Pakistan. Let's get organized. Support warrant Article 19.
Mr. Adjanusi. And please correct my pronunciation of your name. I'm sure I got it wrong.
Yeah, in the name of the Most High, I come in peace. And don't focus on the messenger, focus on the message. And with that, I greet everyone in this room. And I mean everyone. From friends to foes, from those within these walls, within this building, to those watching this live, from Egmont to veterans, to I Street to the village, and the Brookline community as a whole. May peace and blessings be on you all. Now I would like to thank Madam Moderator, the Town Council Joe and John, Janice and the Advisory Committee, Lloyd from the Diversity Commission, Ian, Ari and the CTOS, Becky, Natasha, Abbas, Mohammed, Ugo, Sam, Dede, George, Regina, Donnell, just to name a few of the Black and brown community leaders, all of whom have contributed in finding a way to bring warrant Article 19 to a legal and acceptable scope. And I also like to thank everyone for your input, be it good or bad. Believe it or not, we as a Black and brown community, when we started this process, a lot of us were not familiar with what even keeping the language within scope means. When we wrote the warrant article, we simply wanted to ensure that whoever is appointed to serve on the commission are the right people with the right intent and motive, which is working on issues which affects Black and brown community living in Brookline. Black and brown people have not had representation in town governance that represent our interests as a people. It is eminent that this is a prevalent issue spanning over decades. The facts are there. Black people and brown people are the minority within the minority, starting at 3% for Blacks and 6% for brown people. And in their span over 3 decades, the Black population never grew. I've moved here originally from Nigeria. I know a lot of people living in this community that are immigrants. And I have 2 kids, which are part of that Black population. The numbers still never grew over 3%. And with that low numbers of being the minorities within the minorities, we owe the highest rate of poverty at number 1 and number 2. 3% of Black people, the minority within the minority, has the highest rate of poverty at double the rate in this town. The fact that a bunch of high school students a couple of years ago had to come around, these are youth, just high school students, not just Black or brown, had to rally around based on a racial issue, which till today, nothing was done. I mentor some of those kids in high school. I personally know 4 of them, 3 young Black male and a female that's been called the N-word. Our kids' education. When I visited Ed Weiser in this building, the math and AP class was right across the hall. I counted the number of Black and brown kids in that room, 0. And that is not just a random, that's a pattern. So when our kids are called the N-words and nothing is done, or they feel like they cannot be part of an equal education system, these are some of the things that scar our young men and women, making them feel unequal in this society. The fact that 90% of our population, Black and brown, living in Brookline right now cannot afford homes. As you all are aware, the average price for a single family home in Brookline is over $1 million. And according to the disparity report, Black and brown people make $35,000 a year. What bank would give a loan to a family of 2, father and mom, at 35,000 times 2, they're making 70,000 a year? What bank would give you a loan for a home? So as we are talking about affordable homes in this community, I want you all to know 90% of us cannot afford. We are only good for staying in Brookline housing units and renting, Section 8. That's the notion that Black and brown people living in America live under. So the list goes on. But these issues, which happens to be historically, it repeats itself, have led to a series of issues and frustration in our communities. That is why majority, as Paul Warren has defined it, 50+1, we represent the majority of our community feel like Brookline is not inclusive.
I'm sorry, you need to finish up.
Thank you, ma'am.
You were given 10 minutes altogether, so if you want your colleagues to speak, I'll give you an additional 5 minutes, but they have to be squeezed in now.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just want us to understand that to get to what we define as equity, we have to find common ground. You may not like me. I am not the Black and brown community. I am just one person and a leader in my community. So for the future generations to come, young men and women, kids, the likes of mine, our generations, the fathers of and mothers of now, are saying something must change. And I hope Donnell O'Neill, a colleague of yours, can further enlighten you guys. But the fact still remains, to get our people to come to the table, it doesn't start by demonizing us. people learn. None of us here in this room was born with experience. We all had to start somewhere. And in that process, you make mistakes, you learn from them. But to intentionally focus on me or any other individual or an organization.
Your colleagues may be beating you.
Sorry, it's very, very wrong. And to keep it short, you guys all know this is good for the town. There's a lot of Black and brown young leaders that I know from our community that if given the chance would help this community and take us to a better place and shape it for the future. You guys don't have to worry about me. I don't plan to be on the commission. You government guys even staying up this late. I commend you guys. It takes a lot of work and a lot of reading, not my forte. So I'll decide to pass, but I trust our community and I trust us as a people, regardless of emotions. Let's do the right thing. This would help the town. This would encourage the young leaders of tomorrow to come front and center. And that helps this town and Brookline as a whole to achieve equity. Not from one person's discussion. To achieve equity, no one man can be king. Everybody, like the Last Supper, must be at the table. God bless you all. Don't vote your emotions. Please support Warrant Article 19 because our people are watching and we expect this to pass, hopefully. Stay blessed. Thank you.
Ty, I regret that I did not write fast enough to write down your whole name. So if you could come and introduce yourself again, that would be fantastic. And you have 2 minutes, which we are going to strictly enforce now because we have lots of people to hear from. And after that, we will hear from Abbas Elna. That's
hello everybody. Assalamu alaikum, which translates peace in Arabic. Honorable audience, my name is Abbas and I am a young peaceful resident that wants to get involved in our community. I'm a 23-year-old and an immigrant from Sudan. I reached out to Black and Brown Club for help with resources to create digital content, to help raise awareness and attract more eyes towards the Sudanese war that started in April 15th. They gave me access to their Canva account where I made the image on my phone that I sent to a few of you last night. They have helped me to find a way to share my voice with digital content and raise awareness about the war ongoing in Sudan. I also have been interested in getting involved locally and found out about a warrant Article 19 to create a Black and Brown commission. I know that a commission like this would help me be truly represented in a local government and make sure that the issues that impact my family and I are addressed. I and many of my neighbors are excited about this commission and look forward to helping it be a part of the solution to the problems that our community faces. But it is really discouraging when we see town officials constantly berate a young 26-year-old girl, especially when she is being attacked for helping out the community with a service that I myself have benefited from. This kind of behavior is really disappointing from those that are supposed to be advocating for the youth and encouraging the youth that will be the leaders of tomorrow. You sit there and watch this girl put in hours and hours, and she is met with contempt. And yet she still comes to advocate for our community, encouraging myself and others to do what is right and advocate for our communities. I have been inspired to do the same despite the attacks. This is what the community is all about, being diverse and helping each other out hand in hand to prosper and do what is good. To be honest, all of this seems like a distraction. I have been inspired by the diversity of the Brookline community, and it's a very beautiful, just to lay it out and clear. I have watched the hearings of the warrant Article 19, and let me tell you, as a Black and Brown resident, the need for this commission is clear. Regardless of what the issue is, don't take it out on our community. We need this commission. Help us raise generations of leaders. And finally, as a young leader myself, I ask you to support warrant Article 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Khan for the advisory committee.
Hello, Janice Khan, town meeting member from precinct 15, speaking for the advisory committee. Warrant Article 19 was filed by members of the Brookline community who we don't often hear from, largely the Black community living in affordable housing or Brookline Housing Authority apartments in Brookline Village. The petitioners drew a connection between Brookline's historic and continuing racism and the high level of poverty that exists among Black residents who represent just 3% of the population in Brookline, but perhaps up to 60% of whom are low and very low income. It was that connection and argument that this particular concern is not being adequately addressed in the town that persuaded the advisory committee to unanimously support the creation of a Black and Brown Commission. The petitioners have made it clear that while one of their central issues is poverty within the Black community, that economic condition also involves other social needs and concerns such as housing and food insecurity and educational opportunities. A question that follows is a Black and Brown Commission the best remedy? Or does this complex issue need to be addressed in other ways to be effective? And that's really the subject that's before in this town meeting tonight. From the time the warrant closes to the start of town meeting, the select board, advisory committee, and various relevant town departments and commissions have just a little over 2 months to hold public hearings, debate the issues, vote on recommendation, and write their reports. That short time frame doesn't allow for the thorough research required for the articles like Article 19 that turn out to be very complex. Indeed, the advisory committee in hindsight realizes that during the review process, while it got considerable input from the community we just heard from, that we didn't have sufficient input from members of the Black and Brown communities throughout the town. A necessary and fundamental consideration for such a commission to be a unifying and effective advocate for members of the community who through the color of their skin face discrimination. When the advisory committee voted on May 4th for favorable action on warrant Article 19, only the select board had voted a recommendation, which was for no action. Since then, the Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations also voted no action. And it's notable that the two governmental bodies, the select board, which is the appointing authority for a commission, and CDICR, the commission tasked with addressing the needs of all protected classes, including racially protected classes, and who would be working with the proposed new commission, both voted no action on warrant Article 19. Town meeting members have the benefit of all the reports with which to inform their vote. And the advisory committee recommends that members of this legislative body give thoughtful consideration to each of them. The advisory committee also discussed the motion to refer the article to the select board, and by a very narrow margin of 10 in favor of referral, 13 opposed, and 2 abstentions, voted to retain our original motion of favorable action on warrant Article 19. Based on the merits of the petitioned article, by a vote of 24 in favor, none opposed, and 2 abstentions, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on warrant Article 19. Thank you.
Bernard Green.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Bernard Green, the Select Board. Okay, this is going to be a difficult discussion for me to engage in. And you know why, but let's go. You know, we all agree that the issues that arose around the discussion of warrant Article 19 are legitimate issues, but they're very complex issues. And the town has to accelerate its efforts to address those issues. But warrant Article 19 is not the way to do it. Let me give you some background. On April 4, way before the circulation of the newsletter that has caused such consternation in town, the select board voted no action by a vote of 4-0 on warrant Article 19. Unrelated to our vote, but an important lesson to be learned after certain things have happened, such as the newsletter that has caused such consternation. A lesson for some of the targeted people of that newsletter is that, and I'm going to say it, what goes around comes around. And I think the lesson for all of us is that we should always be careful about the nature of our debate and how we relate to each other and how we attack each other, or when we attack each other with personal attacks and other inappropriate ways of hurtful behaviors and other things. Didn't start just the last few weeks. This has been a problem for a long time here in Brookline. And let's just take this as a lesson. Our vote in April was based on the failure of the petitioners after multiple presentations to the select board to persuade the select board that warrant article 19 was worthy of support. As written, warrant article 19 asserted concern with the issues facing many Black and brown residents of Brookline, but it really offered no solution. It didn't even offer an explanation in the combined reports to explain how the great ideas could be translated into practical solutions to these complex problems. At our meeting earlier this evening, the select board, by a vote of 4-1, declined to reconsider our April 4 vote of no action. I think, as I said before, we all need to find additional ways in which the issues raised by warrant article 19 and the discussion around it can be addressed in our town. And as I said before, warrant article 19 is not a solution. Thank you.
Ian Rothman for CTOS. And Mr. Lescoyer, you will be next.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Ian Rothman of the Committee on Town Organization and Structure, and I'm speaking on behalf of CTOS in support of Article 19. For those of you who may not know or may not remember from last week, CTOS is a 7-member committee that reviews and makes recommendations on proposed changes in the organization and structure of town government. Our charge is to look at the effect of warrant articles on the town's organization and structure, and it's from that perspective that I speak about Article 19. Article 19 creates a Black and Brown Commission that is closely modeled after the existing Brookline Commission for Women, and it comes on the heels of Boston's creation of a Black Men and Boys Commission. Our town bylaws provide for other commissions that are similarly focused on advocating for and furthering the interests of groups. The Commission for Women is one example. The Commission on Disability and the Council on Aging are others. Questions were raised during the debates about the potential overlap between the proposed Black and Brown Commission and the existing Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, or CDICR. While there is some overlap, it is not complete. CDICR focuses on discrimination complaints. In contrast, the Black and Brown Commission would be more broad, including looking at systemic discrimination, economic opportunity, advocacy, and providing an opportunity for increased political participation for Black and Brown Brookliners. In addition, to the extent that there is overlap with CDICR, the same overlap exists with the Commission for Women, the Commission on Disability, and the Council on Aging. And in fact, the Black and Brown Commission's powers and duties are modeled nearly verbatim on the Commission for Women. CTO&S considered the referral motion and rejected it by a vote of 3 in favor of referral and 4 opposed. We recognize that there may be a time for our town administrator to look at the growth of boards and commissions more broadly and look at their responsibilities. And we would expect CTO&S to participate in such a review. CTO&S would favor this type of broad review of boards and commissions generally. However, we do not believe that is a reason for rejecting the Black and Brown Commission, while the Commission for Women and others continue to exist. By a vote of 4 in favor, none opposed, and 2 abstentions, CTO&S recommends favorable action on Article 19. Thank you.
Mr. Lescoyer.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm David Lesclier, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 11, and I am speaking about the motion to refer, which you will find in the supplements distributed today. I agree and support the petitioner's goals to be a centralizing force to deal with all Black and Brown issues with information, referral, technical assistance, coordination, for those engaged in efforts to eliminate systemic racism, prejudice, and discrimination against persons because of the color of their skin and social status as Black and Brown persons. Question: is adopting a Brookline general bylaw that creates a Black and Brown commission the best means to achieve these goals? The original aim was that the commission would be town created, but independent of the town. Such independence is not possible, as the advisory committee and the Committee on Town Organization and Structure concluded after many meetings and a great deal of deliberation. In the end, these committees engineered a somewhat makeshift solution. For the following reasons, town meeting should vote to refer the subject matter of warrant Article 19 to the Select Board. First, a vote to refer agrees with and supports the goals of warrant Article 19. The group seeking this commission is part of our community. A vote to refer acknowledges that there is still no consensus about whether creation of a commission instead of a separate organization would best achieve the article's goals. A vote to refer acknowledges that the Select Board is dealing with a very complex task and could use more time and research to reach out and propose additional possible improvements. And last, a vote to refer supports making efforts to ensure that there has been a credible, I repeat, credible, diverse, inclusive, and collaborative community engagement process. It is normal and typical with town meeting and that complex legislation may require several attempts in order to get it right. Thank you.
Mr. Warren, do you have a question or a comment? If you have a comment, I'm going to take a few people who have signed up ahead of you. What?
I have a comment.
Okay, then you're gonna have to wait a couple of minutes. Okay. Jamar Pan. And then Deborah Brown, if you could come to the front.
Good evening. My name is Jamal Payne. Go by Ty because I did Taekwondo before I was became a paraplegic, working with youth and everything. And just here to see that everybody could help try to muster up some thought and courage to support the Article 19 that we came up with to become a commission to help the youth in this town and marginalized people. All the colleagues made some great points, and we're just trying to make sure that, you know, all the slogans going around town, Black Lives Matter, you know, Brookline has the opportunity to be a very inclusive town. There's many youth that play together and everything. And, you know, we're just trying to make sure that we level the playing field and equal the road to prosperity to everybody. So, you know, we have all the data. Not too many people of color own homes in this town, along with many other things. So we're just trying to hold the town accountable to some of the things that they go by and some of the mottos and the inclusiveness, and, you know, just to try to make things happen for our people. So, you know, it's not really about racism or things like that. It's more like good versus evil. So if you're on the good side, I feel like you would support the article that we came up with to become a commission to help our people grow and become strong, good people in the community and have things to attribute to society. And that's really basically it, because everybody said good things, and my job is to use what I've been through to help guide some of the youth that may be headed down the wrong direction after high school, because many kids in the town play together, but when they get out of high school and they're not going to sleepovers and summer camps together, we all know through experience, we were all young before. There's like a certain age where you might have to part ways with the kids you grew up with, because life presents different things and different opportunities to different people of different backgrounds, unfortunately. So we're just trying to change that in a small percentage of Black people that are in this town. It's not a big town like Boston, where I come from, where there's different sections and different people going through different things that are all minorities, different colors. This is just one town with 3 projects with marginalized people. So we've had programs to teach the young brothers how to fly, how to do martial arts, dance, just anything that shows that they could be a productive member of society. And it seems like sometimes some people that are upholding these old traditional laws, they might not want to see that happen. So we're just trying to see if people can, you know, kind of throw those old ways out the window and adopt some of these new ways, because Brookline is a small town, like we all said, not so many people, but it's diverse enough to be a model town for the rest of the country, that things could work and that everybody can be inclusive and there can be programs that no other city had to offer. Because I know I've been everywhere. Everybody in here knows everybody from many states and countries. And I know some of the programs that we had that could have saved some of the young people, such as aviation training and different things like that. That's never been mentioned or brought up in any inner city in America. So we would have been the first ones to pioneer that, and it would have been a good look for the town and just a model program for other towns across America to adopt, and something that can really be like a seed planted for youth everywhere in America. So we just have a lot of things going on that's good. And we hope that the article that you read that wasn't written by us doesn't shine any bad light on us or the young lady that we have that's been working so hard to further her career in politics and just be an outstanding person, and learn the ways of the politics just to help this country be a better place, because everybody swears it's going in a great direction. Like everybody swears this is an inclusive town, and everyone's trying to make change. Everybody walks up, we all share the same Dunkin' Donuts.
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
same
I'm sorry,
store.
Mr. Payne, but could you please finish up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I want to comment that they closed the Dunkin' Donuts near me, which is a tragedy.
Okay,
but-
okay. All right. So, okay, so we'll share other things. So we're just trying to hope that everybody, you know, sees where we're coming from and doesn't hope that we're attacking anybody. We're just trying to make this place a better place for everybody, so that this could be heaven for everybody, you know? So that's all I got to say. And I hope everybody, you know, could see things our way a little bit so that this could be great for everybody. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Deborah Brown, and I'm a Brookline resident of approximately 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the referral motion. Before explaining why I support the referral, I want to be clear that racism continues to be a tremendous problem in Brookline and in America. It's our third rail. It keeps the country and Brookline from achieving a great deal more than they have, and it ignores the fact that many accomplishments were built on the backs of enslaved people. Today, we as a people still lag behind in home ownership, educational achievement, employment opportunity, a healthy environment, health outcomes, and the data cites again and again that race is a major factor for these disparities. But I just want to be clear that I'm not here speaking because of the Michigas in the Black and Brown Club's newsletter that was there for almost a week. I'm tougher than that. I want only the best for my people and all people in need. Now, I also believe that you're supporting the referral motion does not make you opposed to improving conditions for brown and Black people. And referral alone does not make you a racist or unsympathetic to the issues that gave rise to this article. Rather, I'm asking all of you to be curious and intentional about your consideration and how best to eliminate racism in Brookline. But in terms of the warrant article, I have some issues. You know, we have a great many laws in Brookline that purport to promote racial equity, like the Government Alliance for Racial Equity, the racial equity audit that took place. For that matter, we have a community engagement bylaw. We have a civil rights office and we have a civil rights commission. And yet we still seem to plod at a relatively low pace. And I would contend that the issue is a failure to implement. It's not more laws, it is a failure to implement. Next, I would assert that there was a serious lack of community engagement in developing this warrant article, and that too justifies a referral. And I mean engagement prior to filing the warrant article and even later. I want to point out that there was a failure to include a broader swath of the community and potentially exclude stakeholders of color located in different areas of town and from varied economic backgrounds. I would assert that the ARPA, the Climate Change, and the Community Preservation Acts, that's good community engagement. It's where you listen and where information is shared. But I want you to also consider this. How many people in South Brookline participated in this or were even contacted? Was there economic and social diversity in the room during the planning? Did anyone invite the Brookline Asian American Family Network members to discuss their views on the warrant article, as many of their members may meet the definition of brown? A third point, warrant article 19 likely has the unintended consequence of obstructing Black and brown residents' ability to find, well, it has the impact of our conversations actually being the subject of open meeting law. And thus, in many ways, quashing open communication among Black and brown people. Also, I have seen firsthand what happens to diversity committees in this town. Volunteers who have been repeatedly pillared for their opinions resolve to resign from the committees, leaving extended gaps in the work. So why would warrant article 19 be any different? We've got to fill the gaps in that body of policy in order to make sure that that doesn't happen. Last, I want to point out the portions of the language seem unenforceable and unrealistic. Does warrant article 19 properly rescind authority currently held by the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and Civil Rights, or for that matter, the commission? Also, using language like ensuring equity and or conducting investigations may incorrectly describe the commission's authority and offer a false sense of hope to the Black and Brown commissioners and ultimately the larger community.
Could you please finish up, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, one more
Thanks.
sentence, I'm sorry. I've cited just some of the reasons for referring warrant Article 19. Referral should not be seen as a defeat, but as an opportunity to improve the document and ultimately the conditions of Black and Brown people in Brookline. Thank you.
I'm going to take Mr. Warren's comment and then hear from Mr. Pierce, Samuel Pierce. Can we give Mr. Warren an open mic? Nope. Can we?
Hello. Madam Moderator, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would have signed up earlier, but I did not know until just a couple of hours ago that I was going to be the minority opinion on the select board. The select board voted 4-1. I was the one in opposition. And I wanted to explain why. You know, the arguments that you're hearing tonight against the Black and Brown Commission are typical when we want to stop something, to refer it, to add confusion, to add community engagement. Did we speak to the right people? Did we speak to enough people? Did we invite enough people? These are all of the things that we do to kill warrant articles. This is a very simple concept, a commission for Black and Brown people. It's not complicated. We have other commissions. One of the reasons that we heard tonight, and I'm the minority opinion on the select board, is that we need to understand more. We need specifics. We really need specifics on how they're going to do what they're going to do and what we're going to get. Well, tonight, the select board also voted for the Housing Stability Office. No specifics. Matter of fact, CTNIS took out all the specifics. It's as general as it comes. If we can stand up and support a Housing Stability Office with no specifics, we can certainly support the idea of a Black and Brown Commission for a group within Brookline that's telling you we're not helping them make progress. What other reason do we need? It's not asking a lot to have a commission. And matter of fact, the select board would appoint each member of the commission. This is typical and normal of other commissions. We have it within our power and our ability tonight to create a commission for a group in Brookline that is underserved, underpowered, and underachieving. And I think we should do it. Thank you.
Mr. Pierce. Now, Mr. Pierce is not a resident of Brookline, although he went through the Brookline school system. However, as a non-resident, if 15 town meeting members object, he will not be allowed to speak. So are there any objections to having him speak? You may unanimously speak.
Thank you, people of Brookline. This feels a little bit like deja vu since I actually went to this high school. Thank you, Select Board Member Paul Warren, for your leadership and being the one minority vote in favor of this commission. I want to remind everybody that Russia right now is at war in Ukraine over food insecurity. In 1917, if there were no action, Irish people would not be free. In 1945, if there were no action, Jewish people would not be free. The Tuskegee Airmen fought in World War II, but were denied the GI Bill. Many of our Irish and Jewish allies in Brookline can trace their family history to Nubian Square and Blue Hill Avenue. There's some people who don't believe in a woman's right to choose. My mother, who was a doctor, said we should not need to call a community meeting to discuss personal health decisions. Now Boston has voted unanimously that racism is a public health crisis. We do not need a referral for another study. We need a vote. Just like we need to vote, do we want Tim Scott and Donald Trump, or do we want to reelect President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris? Brookline needs to vote to allow this commission. This Black and Brown Commission has the same language as the Women's Commission, which is why the advisory committee voted in favor. Senator Cream, the senator from Brookline, right now is discussing a law to make sure that their human rights for incarcerated persons and re-entry, mainly because in 1987, Massachusetts changed the Constitution to remove the right to vote for Black and Brown people who were getting organized. There are 2 stops in Brookline on the Underground Railroad. Brookline was founded in 1630, but we just found out recently, which is why they changed the devotion school to the Ridley School, that there was also plantations right here in Brookline. Now imagine if there were concentration camps and gas chambers, how people would feel about the diversity in Brookline. And then you start to think, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. Female workers should get the same pay raise as men. If the police get a 3% raise, so should the fire department. However, we also must raise the budget for our Brookline teachers, as well as raise the funding for our crossing guards. These are logical decisions that we have to make. Just like we have to think that our Brookline school children are the future. Brookline can no longer be the Charles Dickens tale of 2 cities. Brookline has always been at the forefront of world history. President John F. Kennedy spoke about sending a man to the moon. However, it took a female hidden figure, a Black woman named Katherine Johnson, to discover the math required to land a NASA spaceship at the apex on the moon, then land back on Earth, creating an upward-facing parabola. Ladies and gentlemen, that's called algebra. Right here in this high school, we have the opportunity to teach algebra through aviation, to teach vocational training, to teach why diversity, why the American dream, why our country was founded in Massachusetts, just down the street. You should go to the Boston Massacre site and see why people from all over the world come to Brookline, come to Boston, come to Massachusetts to see how do people think. U.S. Congress was once organized just like this town meeting. There's 434 of them. We have a few more than 200 people. But the point is, this is what democracy was supposed to look like. We shouldn't have to vote on whether or not everyone has the ability to have the same rights in this country. That should just be a given.
I'm
So
sorry,
I'm
Mr.
hoping,
Pierce, could you please finish up?
sure,
I
I'm going to wrap up.
apologize.
And so in closing, I'm hoping that we don't have to do a statistical analysis or some type of clever math formula to realize that 1 + 1 is 2. One person should have 1 vote. Everyone should be treated equally. And we should get back to treating everyone fairly in Brookline. Thank you very much.
Mr. O'Neill, I see you, but I'm going to allow Ms. Bastian to speak first. And the timing has been a little lopsided, so.
This won't take long, quite brief. Can you hear me okay? Microphones are very different than Zoom. Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member in precinct 5. So my initial reason for signing up to speak tonight was to read a statement from someone that was on the receiving end of the Black and Brown newsletter. I am not reading that statement tonight because they decided that it wasn't worth the risk to discuss this and the harm it's caused any further. This person believes passionately in the need for Black and Brown in this Black and Brown Commission, similar to the Brookline Commission on Women, to foster inclusivity and equity within our community. But at this moment, it is really hard to imagine inclusivity and equity at the heart of this commission when such a big negative shadow has been cast on it. There was so much harm done to other Black and Brown leaders in the run-up to bringing this article to this point. So it's for this reason that I would like to ask you to please vote in favor of the referral motion to give the Black and Brown Commission idea more time to develop so it can best achieve its goals, but also to give this idea some distance from all the controversy surrounding it so that it can be truly assessed on its merits. So please vote in favor of the referral motion, and if that fails, vote no action on warrant Article 19. Thank you.
Mr. Conquest? Arthur Conquest? Oh, there, okay. And Matthew Elna, you will be next. Oh, unless Mr. O'Neill is going to go back to the microphone. Okay, you are on the list.
Good evening, everyone. Arthur Conquest, Precinct 6. I filed warrant article number 30 for the November 2022 town meeting. It was reviewed by members of the advisory committee, subcommittee, chaired by Susan Granoff, along with David Mark Goldstein and Catherine Florio, October 2022. During the public hearing, there were comments made by members from the Black and Brown Club, a private national organization. During the public meeting that followed the public hearing, subcommittee, members of the AC suggested I might be better served as a petitioner if I were to propose a warrant article that sought to create a new general bylaw section, one modeled after Article 1.9 that established the Brookline Commission for Women. However, to do so would be beyond the scope of the original Article 30, and thereafter wouldn't be able to be moved at the 2022 town meeting. I had every intention of refiling warrant Article 30 at this spring town meeting. However, because of my responsibilities as a member of the ARPA committee, which was responsible for awarding $40 million in federal funds to the community, I was sidetracked and delayed with filing the necessary paperwork. And I've stayed clear of the controversy that has engulfed warrant Article 19. What purpose is served with battling in public, which is one of the main reasons I haven't attended any of the public comments sessions. I've made this point quite clear with the chair of the AC subcommittee that has reviewed warrant Article 19. In 1858, speaking to more than 1,000 delegates in an ominous tone, President Abraham Lincoln, paraphrased a passage from the New Testament that said, "A house divided cannot stand against itself." Warrant Article 19 will do more to divide Brookline's tiny Black and Latino community, which I estimate to be between 5 and 6% of the population. The goal I had for warrant Article 30 was to unify people working together, sharing and helping to lift one another. I believe, however, that warrant Article 19 will wrongfully turn Black and Latinos against one another. We vote yes on the referral motion, and if that fails, please vote no action on warrant Article 19. Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill, if you have a question, that's fine. If you have a comment, you moved yourself down on the list, so, okay, thank you. Mohammed El-Na. Oh, wait. We just hear from Mohammed El-Na? Yes, okay. Shatasia Baines, please. No? Okay. We have not heard from Mohammed El-Na, have we? No. Rebecca Ogbuku? Okay. Amanyona Bossman? Danelle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Donald O'Neill Sr., Town Meeting Member from Precinct 4. I'm also on the advisory committee. I'm also a Black and brown member of this community and have been for 43 years. I'll be brief. So this behind us, 1705, means something. It means something a little deeper than having a women's commission. So back then, it didn't matter if you were a man, if you were a woman. It didn't matter though if you were Black and or brown. That's the big difference, I feel, in regards to having a Black and brown commission, which won't be divisive. That we're in division now. There's been a rift now because there hasn't been a commission to pull folks together. Now, granted, the select board has their job cut out for them, but that's what they signed up for when they put their name on the ballot. So everybody else over here and here should not worry about it too much. That's for them to worry about and to get it going. So, you know, I remember sitting up here playing the saxophone. There's a lot more Black faces and brown faces in this room from when I started 18 years ago in this room. And, you know, a lot more can be done. I feel having a commission with all these faces here, I was gonna do something that's all the minority town meeting members raise your hand. Actually, can you? Can all minority town meeting members raise your hand, please? Please. Okay, minority. If you consider yourself a minority and you're a town meeting member, thank you. So it wasn't like this 18 years ago. There was 5 of us. 5. Okay, so we can do better. I'm not gonna take up too much time because it is getting wicked late. But the difference is 1705 didn't matter if you were a man or a woman. It didn't matter if you were Black and or brown. I just want everyone to remember that. Thank you.
I would entertain a motion to call the question at this point. Second. No, I can't make the motion. Okay. All right, we will now drop the motion to call the question, but first we have Mr. Bob Lepson, who is in line to speak and at the microphone. Could you please identify yourself?
Natalia Linos, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. For a comment.
Okay, and Chi Wu.
Chi Wu, sorry. It is really late. Chi Wu, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7, and Chair of the Brookline Asian American Family Network.
Okay, and Jonathan Margolis and Michael Toffel. So some faces I know, a lot I don't. But
Madam
no.
Moderator, I just want to make it clear. I would like to make a comment forwarded to me by a member who is attending remotely.
No, I'm sorry.
So,
The motion's been
if
called.
the motion.
If it loses, come on back. Okay. Can you now drop the vote? Not now. You cannot rise to a point of order in the middle of a vote. Oh. Oh, okay. No. No. Everything. Okay, the motion you're voting on is the motion to terminate debate. So thank you. I apologize if that's what you were trying to clear up. Okay, just a blank slide, whatever, just start over. No caption. Just. I apologize for cutting you off. You had a very valid point of order there. Okay, the vote will now drop and you are voting on whether or not to stop debate on Article 19. Two-thirds majority is required. Okay, the motion fails. That math is pretty easy. That's what I like. Okay, Mr. Bob Lepson had signed up. So Mr. Lepson, can you please come to the microphone and everyone else can, or come up to the podium. Everyone else can congregate back at the microphone. Thank you. And please limit comments. We've been pretty liberal, but from now on, we are sticking to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, everyone. I'm Bob Lepson, Town Meeting Member from Precinct 9, and I'm here to speak in favor of the referral motion for warrant Article 19. Before I begin, I want to state the obvious. Emotions have been running high surrounding the proposed bylaw, which
aims to create a new Black and Brown Commission for the town of Brookline. Please know, I have no intention of fanning these flames any further. I simply wish to provide a few reasons why I feel the referral is the best course of action for this warrant article. I also want to acknowledge the huge amount of work that the advisory committee and CT and ONS have done with the proposed bylaw. Thank you for your efforts. It means an awful lot. Now on to my main points. First, let me say that I do support the concept of a commission whose charge is to advocate for policies that will improve the lives of the Black and Brown communities here in town. My question here is whether or not a commission of this sort will be able to accomplish its goals as an official town entity or as an entity which is separate from the town. Which one would it be? This question was originally proposed last fall when town meeting member Arthur Conquest first filed his version of warrant article 19. I believe the question has not yet been fully answered or even fully considered. Second, I believe that there was not sufficient broad-based community engagement in the development of the proposed bylaw. Yes, theoretically, anybody could have participated in the public hearings held by the AC, by the select board, by the CTONS. That is true. But like what Deborah Brown had said before, that's not the type of community engagement I'm referring to here. In the past, I know drafts of warrant articles have been circulated and shared with folks prior to the closing of the warrant. People were asking, petitioners were asking for thoughts, input, revisions as drafts were being created. To my knowledge, this was not done at all, or it wasn't widely done if it was done a little bit. I believe this was a mistake, and I believe it still needs to be done. More community input is needed and should happen. And finally, I believe that the AC modeled the proposed bylaw, which created the Brookline Commission for Women. Excuse me. I believe the AC modeled this proposed bylaw on the bylaw which created the Brookline Commission for Women. Now, this may be fine, or it may not be. I'm not sure. If there had been broader community engagement and input from the outset, the proposed bylaw may have looked very different, or perhaps not. Again, we just don't know because the community input was limited, and the members of the AC and CTONS, certainly with good intentions, were the ones who ended up crafting the language that is before us tonight. I'm not sure which would have been the best course of action. It is for these reasons that I strongly urge all of us to think twice about voting favorable action on proposed bylaw in its current form. Instead, I ask you to vote favorable action on the referral motion, and if that doesn't pass, I urge you to vote no action on the main motion, not to prevent a commission from being established. Again, not to prevent a commission from being established, but to make sure we get it right from the beginning. Thank you.
All right, I see, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, but Mr. Margolis was ahead of you, and Mr. Assistant Moderator, can you resume your card holding, because we're going to be efficient now and make sure people don't exceed their time limits, because it's getting late. Maximum, if you are making a comment, Mr. Margolis, everyone has a maximum 3 minutes.
Well, I think Ms. Linos was in line ahead of me.
I can't hear you.
I think Ms. Linos was in
Oh,
line ahead of me.
yes, you are correct. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Margolis. My name is Natalia Linos, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. I'm also on the Advisory Council on Public Health and on School Committee. I came with no prepared remarks. I was not planning to speak on this warrant article. And so you'll have to excuse me because it is difficult for me to speak. I have personal relationships with Donnell and some of the petitioners, and I feel deeply that our town has failed on structural racism and addressing it. When I was running for school committee, I mentioned that I work on structural racism at the senior center, and a white man in the audience, luckily not a town meeting member, shook his head and mouthed no. And I sat down, and another white man next to me said, I oppose everything you've said, and I'm a white woman. I cannot imagine being a person of color in Brookline working on these issues. And so I commend the petitioners for moving this warrant article. I also will be voting for referral because I think, as Bonnie and others have said, there has been real harm. And it is difficult as a white person to be saying this. And I wanted to take this opportunity to comment sort of as an explanation of vote in advance. Our town needs to do a lot more than set up a commission. We need to make sure that every commission is taking racial equity seriously. We need to make sure that we're electing diverse members to our town meeting. A commission, what we're debating today, is really performative in some ways. And in some ways, forcing us to have this conversation, forcing us to continue having this conversation, I think is valuable. I think there are people in this room, whether the newsletter was or was not linked, it has caused a lot of division, a lot of harm. As Arthur said, and I think others have said, starting divided is really not productive. So because of that, I will be voting for referral, and I hope you will join me. And I am sorry to the petitioners who have put in a lot of work, who I know have faced harassment in this town and who will continue to start fighting. And I pledge to be by your side to help move this forward, to see if, any of us can be of assistance. And it is difficult. It's a difficult choice because, it feels hypocritical. And I sort of apologize. And I also wanted to be honest where I stand and my commitment to continuing this work, and hope that we will refer it, not with the hopes of squashing this, but of actually doing more, because our town needs to do better. Thank you.
Mr. Margolis.
I'm John Margolis, Precinct 7 and Library Trustee, but I'm speaking the words of Gerald Tuckman, Precinct 9, who is attending remotely and cannot speak himself. His words: I came to this Article 19 prepared to support referral. I have changed my mind. While I do not support any attacks on town leaders of any color or ethnicity, I feel that such a commission will provide needed focus and advocacy, similar to other advocacy commissions, regardless of likely omissions involving stakeholders. I have great respect for Deborah Brown, but I feel this commission does not compromise existing town structures. I support Donnell's idea of supporting this commission. I have faith in the select board to appoint the right people. I support the advisory committee's recommendation to establish this commission.
Thank you. Ms. Wu.
Chi Wu, town meeting member, Precinct 7, member of the Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relationships, and chair of the Brookline Asian American Family Network, speaking solely in my personal capacity today, but speaking as an Asian American. So I'm going to vote for referral, and if that fails, vote no action, which pains me because I do believe I do believe in the mission of a Black and Brown club and the cause of racial justice. But the way this has come about has been extremely harmful and painful. The petitioners have attacked friends of mine, people I respect and care about deeply. But more importantly, they've disrespected my community, the Asian American community. The original version of this warrant article says that Brown refers primarily to Latinx and Indigenous persons that suffer from institutional harms of being racially marginalized, as well as other minorities that are similarly marginalized due to the color of their skin. This does not encompass all racial minorities, as not all racial minorities are marginalized in the same way. So this was a slap to brown folks who are Asian, I feel. Now this language just changed, but it was changed in the most mealy-mouthed way possible. The original intent was to exclude South Asians, even though one of the petitioners is South Asian. I feel it's disrespectful to my community. And that is another reason I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
Ms. Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Susie Roberts, Precinct 17. I have a question, and the question, I think, is evidence of my confusion. We have Paul Warren, who I respect deeply, saying that this is very simple. Vote in favor of the commission. It's just a commission to establish, just like we have other commissions. And there have been others who said it's very complicated, like Jen, on who I also tremendously respect, and I am confused. What is complicated? What is simple? I want to do what is going to bring Brookline together, and given what has been going on tonight, it seems like we are not going to be together, no matter whether we vote for the commission or whether we vote for the referral. And I am expressing some frustration here, and I wish that things were otherwise. I may just abstain because it is so confusing to me. Thank you.
Do I hear a second?
Oh,
Okay, could you please state your name?
right. I was just going to call the question. Brian Black, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 7.
Okay, then we will now be voting on whether or not to call the question. I don't think we need a slide. Okay, we're going to vote on whether or not to end debate on Article 19. We need a 2/3 majority. Oh, you're right. Okay, we're just gonna vote. So direct. I'm not used to this. I know. So, we are now first voting on the motion to refer. The motion to refer is found on supplement 3, pages 1 and 2. It is a motion to refer the matter of whether or not to create a Black and Brown Commission to the Select Board for further consideration. Oh, I'm sorry, just on page 1. Oh, you're right. I'm gonna try to blame the assistant moderator, but I guess I can't. He drives these. Okay, just page 1. So make sure your tablets are alive, get on the right Zoom page. And we are now going to vote on the motion to refer. And this would pass by a majority, require a majority vote to pass. The motion to refer passes with 165 votes yes, 61 no, and 12 abstentions. As a result, we do not vote on the main motion. Okay, can we have a voice vote on whether or not to adjourn till tomorrow night? Anyone opposed? Thank you all.